Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Kors.
Here.
Councilmember Woods is present via Zoom. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Present.
Mayor Holstedge.
Here.
All council members are present.
So my glasses don't fog, I'm going to lower this temporarily. Honorable Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members, thank you so much for this honor and your confidence in me to lead in this police department and in the city of Palm Springs. It truly, truly is a spectacular place. But I want you to know that, as you can see, we stand united in mission and purpose. You know, sometimes we take oaths of office, we raise our right hand and we swear allegiances without truly stopping to think about what that oath means and the implications of that oath. Historically, the oath was used to swear allegiance to the King of England or the Queen of England, as the case might be. And during the Civil War, it was to show support for the Union. It was called the Ironclad Oath. But now it hasn't changed since 1966, and now we take the oath. It's universal throughout the nation, the words. And it struck me as I was reading through the oath as it was sent over earlier today, and I've issued it to many of our officers who have joined, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation. The men and women of Palm Springs Police Department have demonstrated their fidelity to the Constitution by protecting Palm Springs and making it a refuge of justice and safety for all people, regardless of the race, creed, color, ethnicity, national origin, sexual orientation, gender, or religion. Palm Springs, you have fulfilled your oath exceptionally well, and I look forward to joining you among your ranks to lead and to work beside you as we push forward together to make this place the safe haven that it needs to be. And now I take my oath of office. And that oath of office is to show allegiance to Palm Springs and to the leadership that has been installed here, for us to move forward together and to demonstrate our commitment to constitutional policing with the police department. 2020 and 2021 were the toughest years I've seen in my 4 decades of policing, for not just the police department, but for the community as well. But as we move forward, we recognize that we survived the worst, and now we move forward together, lockstep, shoulder to shoulder, making sure that we, along with our elected representatives and our appointed leaders, move forward in a method, in a way to build a better future and for the people of Palm Springs under the Constitution and through the rule of law. Our oath serves as a beacon of light, a safe harbor of fairness and justice and inclusion. And I know, based on what I have seen in just the 10 days that I've been here, that this department is fully committed to ensuring justice for everybody in this community. And I look forward to serving along with you, but also the men and women who wear blue, as well as our civilian staff members and professionals who support the police department. So thank you so much for this honor. I appreciate you taking the time to recognize me and my family and the men and women, more importantly, who serve this city. So thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Police Department. So thank you all for your leadership during these difficult times. We very much appreciate it. With that, we look forward to seeing you out in the community. Thank you, Chief Mills. Welcome. And we will go ahead and adjourn and break and then go back into our Zoom rooms. So we'll be with the public in just a few minutes. come back from recess. And our next presentation is our Teacher of the Year proclamation. So we are so excited to honor Nietzsche Avinia, who is Teacher of the Year. We have a proclamation to present to her. I believe that she is joining us by Zoom. If we could please admit her and issue this proclamation on behalf of the full City Council. Hi, Miss Avinia, how are you? You're here live with the full City Council and the public who is watching at home. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
We're so grateful to be here with you, and we are so honored to present you this proclamation for Teacher of the Year and for all of your work in Palm Springs. So we're so grateful. I know we have a few, I'm a daughter of a teacher. I think Grace is as well. I know Mayor Pro Tem Middleton has teachers as kids. So we very much appreciate your work. And we know that it's very personal to all of us, the full City Council. So we will go ahead and issue this proclamation to you on behalf of the City of Palm Springs, California, and on behalf of the full City Council. So I will go ahead and read it to you, and then you will have a copy as well. So it says, whereas Nietzsche Avinia migrated from the Philippines to the United States at age 7 and grew up in San Diego, California, and whereas Nietzsche's calling and dedication to education came from her brother's untimely and traumatic death and her work teaching environmental education at the City of San Diego's Natural History Museum, and whereas Nietzsche began teaching in 2005 and joined Palm Springs Unified School District in 2012. And whereas Nietzsche now teaches at Cielo Vista Charter School, located in the Palm Springs Unified School District, where she spearheaded the development of a school garden, STEAM lab, an art mentoring and multicultural literacy program, and a multi-district trauma-informed workshop. Very impressive. And whereas with her confirmation as one of 2022's California Teachers of the Year, she will be an unrelenting champion for all teachers to become masters of their own social emotional health and to be trauma informed. She understands as educational superheroes, teachers have a moral imperative to level the field and give all children opportunity to succeed, while at the same time reclaiming their own right to wellness. And whereas Nietzsche believes how we see ourselves, the belief we have about our own self-worth translates into how we feel about others and the world around us. When students believe in their own self-worth, that they are enough, they can then start to have hope in their own potential to do well in her class at Cielo Vista, in their family life, communities, and eventually their world. And whereas on October 15th, 2021, Nietzsche Avinia was named as one of the 5 2022 California Teachers of the Year by California's Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, one of 5. With over 300,000 teachers in the state of California, Nietzsche, along with the 4 other recognized teachers, are ambassadors for their professions and serve as representatives of the state for the calendar year. Now, therefore, let it be resolved, we, the entire City Council for the City of Palm Springs, by the power vested in us, do hereby recognize the countless contributions Nietzsche Avinia has made and will continue to make for our youth and for our entire community. And we do hereby proclaim November 18th, 2021 as Nietzsche Avinia Day. Congratulations. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words to the community?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I just want to say that this is a representative honor. I didn't get here by myself. I I want to thank my family, my mother and father especially, and my husband, Stephen Navinia, and my children, Lotus, AJ, and Watts, and all my friends and my colleagues at Cielo Vista Charter. And also just, I think I'm receiving this on behalf of all the hardworking teachers and educators at my school site and school sites across California who've literally broken their backs during this lockdown and even after the reopening. Some say this is the hardest year. And I think we continue to strive day in and day out, sometimes with little thanks. I know I'm getting a lot of thanks, but some days, no thanks, right? And we just want to reach that one student and change lives and maybe help each student that we come across to believe in their unlimited potential. And I think we do this noble work, not for any accolades, but because we love humanity, and these children are humanity's future. So, so go ahead, give me the accolades, but I'm doing it and I'm welcoming it on behalf of Cielo Vista Charter, my amazing administrators, past and present, my students, and all of the hardworking teachers here in California. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for representing us so well. And thank you for your comments. Very well said. We very much appreciate your work every day. We know you don't get this every day, but we support you every day and we appreciate you and your colleagues' work every day. Thank you. So next up, and I'll just say thank you to Councilmember Kors for requesting that item and working with the school district. Thank you for bringing that forward. We appreciate you, your leadership on that. So the next item is a presentation from Mayors for a Guaranteed Income. So we have a speaker joining our Zoom from Mayors for a Guaranteed Income to give an update and a briefing to the council and the community. Hi, welcome. You're live. Hi, welcome. You're live with the City Council and our community who's watching along. So if you could, thank you for being here. We very much appreciate it, and all of Mayors for Guaranteed Income's leadership. So if you could introduce yourself and go ahead with your presentation.
Sure, and thank you for having me. Hi, folks. I'm Suki Samra, and I serve as the Executive Director of Mayors for Guaranteed Income. I don't know if I should share slides or if someone else is sharing slides.
Go ahead.
Okay, I can go ahead and share my screen. Awesome. Just really quickly on the background for what Mayors for Guaranteed Income is. We're a coalition of 63 mayors and growing across the United States. And this map shows some of the sort of breadth and diversity of the organization. We were founded in June 2020 in response to two things. First, COVID-19 and just the vast economic insecurity and precarity that most American households were facing. And two, in response to and the wake of the murder of George Floyd and recognizing that there's no racial justice without economic justice. And so how do we sort of blend the ties for the two together and really move forward towards a more just and equitable economy. That said, I'll start really briefly with why guaranteed income. For those who are new to the idea, a guaranteed income is a recurring and direct cash payment that's given directly to individuals, no strings attached and no work requirements. It's an idea that we say is as old as the nation itself, rooted in the civil rights movement with sort of history with Dr. King calling for it, as well as more recent calls for it as we face a changing economy with the nature of work changing itself. We know, especially in California, that the Golden State isn't golden for everyone, and that the COVID has really exacerbated existing income inequality. We were dealing with income inequality even before the pandemic, and now the rich have gotten richer, while we know that the rate of household food insecurity for Californians has nearly doubled, and that low-income Californians bore the brunt of the shutdown. We conceive of guaranteed income as this generation's extension of the social safety net. And we also know that cash can be a really effective solution to a lot of the problems that folks in California are facing. A recent analysis of the COVID-19 one-time economic impact payment showed that food insufficiency fell by over 40%, and it also alleviated some adverse mental health symptoms. And again, that's from just the one-time economic impact payment. And we see a guaranteed income, again, as a recurring cash payment. So know that the effects of that can be even more so. And then just a case study in terms of where guaranteed income has been tested before and its effects. So we did do the nation's first guaranteed income pilot in Stockton, California, so further up north, and gave 125 Stocktonians $500 a month for 24 months. Again, unconditional cash, no strings attached, and no work requirements. And data from the first year of the program was really promising. We saw that folks faced less income volatility, so less fluctuation in their monthly household income on a month-to-month basis, and they had more liquidity to pay for unexpected expenses like having a medical bill or something going wrong with their car. We also saw statistically and clinically significant improvements in emotional health and well-being, including decreased anxiety, depression, and bodily pain. And I think something that was one of the most exciting things for us is that we actually saw a shift towards full-time employment with those who were receiving the $500 per month. Folks who are receiving the $500 per month are twice as likely to transition from part-time to full-time employment, starting at 28% at baseline, which was February 2019, to 40% of folks being employed full-time over the course of the first year of the demonstration. We are super excited to have Palm Springs as part of Mayors for Guaranteed Income. And just again, MGI builds on the work of SEED, and we're really excited to sort of scale up and across and to show just the power of a guaranteed income and to advocate for it through pilots and through advocacy and through mayors and council members who are the closest to the constituents on the ground, calling for this and really advocating for their communities. If Palm Springs were to do a pilot, you're not alone in California. There's a lot of momentum in California, more so than anywhere else in the nation, and we shouldn't be surprised. And we saw just last year, the Governor Gavin Newsom, this year Governor Gavin Newsom included a $35 million investment and allocation for guaranteed income pilots. That the sort of process for receiving those dollars is currently being sorted out by CDSS, and our team is in close partnership with them. We know that there's the bare sort of requirements for accessing that $35 million is having some sort of local skin in the game. And so having a mayor, having council members who are advocates of this idea, who are willing to also put some sort of either city resources and also bring in philanthropic resources to support their pilot. And sort of those are the only requirements that have been listed to access those dollars so far. But again, you can see this is just a small list.
Back from recess. So do you have YouTube open or something like that from our meeting? Then you have to, there's delay, so you'll probably just have to delete that off and then continue.
Just shut it off. I was like, wait, that's Mayor Holstage's voice in the background. I see you on the screen right here. As I was just saying, Palm Springs will join a handful of California cities, and this is just a small list of the pilots. There's a whole bunch of pilots that are being administered by nonprofits. I think what's really exciting in California, again, is that we have a statewide commitment and the governor's commitment to really understanding how a guaranteed income can work in California. And two, just the breadth of pilots here really allows us to dig deeper into the impact of a guaranteed income on different communities and regionally. So as you can see from sort of the pilots that are listed here, there's a lot of pilots in the Bay Area, as one would expect, but there's not as many in Southern California and there's not as many in Inland California. And so having more and more California cities pilot and sort of join the movement to have an RCT and have their pilots evaluated really allows us to answer the question of who a guaranteed income works best for and what circumstances. So I can stop there. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Really appreciate it. It looked like a number of the cities had used their American Rescue Plan dollars for pilots. Could you just talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so a handful of cities are using ARP dollars. Nationally, we have folks like St. Paul, which use CARES dollars, and Richmond, Virginia. We also have sort of Austin, Texas, Minneapolis, so a handful of cities in California specifically. We have LA City, and we also have LA County, who will be using ARP dollars, as well as Mountain View.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from council members? We really appreciate your work, and thank you for the really informative presentation. I know our community, it's one thing that we're talking about later on in the evening. I know our community is interested in this. So thank you for all of your work.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Next, we have just a few updates and photos. So if staff could show the next PowerPoint presentation, we have an update from our LGBTQ Pride Week and Pride Parade 2021. We are so sad to miss out on 2020. So just a few photos here from the community. You see people walking and enjoying themselves. We had a City of Palm Springs contingent, council members. You see our police department, chief of police, fire department, everyone joining in on the fun. So it was an incredibly successful Pride Week. Really good attendance rates and visitor rates, and just overall a really beautiful and welcoming and inclusive event. So thank you to the organizers for putting that on for the City of Palm Springs. We also have a few photos to share for the community from the Veterans Day Parade. So you can see here council members, veterans, community leaders, again, our police chief and police department. They're celebrating Veterans Day. We had a firework celebration at the end of it. We had a concert, and we had a lot of people turn out to support our veterans, some of whom I talked to have been here in the city for 35 years and longer, and had been participating in the parade every single year. So thank you to everyone who organized that. Thank you to city staff for putting that on. It was a well-executed event. And last, we have another slide showing our upcoming community celebration. So you are invited to our official City of Palm Springs holiday tree lighting on Friday, December 3rd at 5:15 to 5:45 at Francis Stevens Park. We'll have a community celebration there. And then, of course, we have our 29th annual Palm Springs Festival of Lights Parade on Saturday, December 4th at 5:45 p.m. On Palm Canyon Drive, and the parade starts at Ramon Road. So looking forward to everyone to celebrate the holidays here together as a community. Once again, very much looking forward to those events. And then last, for presentations tonight, we have a COVID case update from our emergency management coordinator, Danny DeSelms.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. I'll try to be brief tonight. Not a lot of significant change. Across the 6 metrics that the state is tracking, we're seeing that leveling off. Our numbers have been hovering around the same point for the past 2 months, which these numbers are the same as they were before the giant peak at last Christmas, but we're still seeing a general downward trend. In Riverside County, we see that same gradual decline that I was just talking about. The past 8 weeks, we've been hovering around the same point. We did have a 20% reduction in cases from last week to this week, so positive movement. However, we're probably going to see a slight uptick as we're entering into the holiday season. The TSA is expecting an unusually high number, a record number of travelers this season, with some estimates being over 20 million people flying just next week. So we are probably going to see an uptick over the next couple of weeks. I'm going to skip Palm Springs and talk about the Coachella Valley. I forgot to delete that slide, and I apologize. So overall in the Valley, we saw a 10% decrease in almost all of the cities. Here in Palm Springs, we had 33 cases last week, and we're on our 8th week of no reported COVID fatalities. So it is good progress. It's kind of stagnated a little bit. The same holds true with our wastewater treatment numbers. You see that trend, it's all clustered around the same point for the past about 8 weeks, which is positive as long as we're not seeing those giant spikes like we did last Christmas. It is good movement. And as we look closer at the past 90 days, we really can see that leveling out of viral load in our wastewater testing, and that mirrors what we're tracking from state public or county public health. And this slide just shows what GT Molecular is estimating our cases are week over week, going back to September. As you can see, last week, they estimated we had 1,217 cases in Palm Springs based on viral load. County Public Health is only tracking 128 cases positive for residents. And that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I see questions from Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and then Councilmember Kors.
I think he may have beat me to it, but I'll go ahead and start anyway. Danny, do we have the wastewater numbers that would reflect the weekend involving the Pride Parade? And was there any significant uptick during or after the parade?
I believe that we do have those numbers, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. If we can go back, how do we go backwards? So if you can look, the weekend of the 1st and the 2nd, we had 130,000 and 187,000 viral load count, which is actually lower than the week prior, which was the weekend before Halloween. So we did have a slight increase based on a couple of weeks before that, but we didn't have a significant increase over Pride. And then that's reflected in last week's numbers, the 8th and 9th. There was no significant jump. Actually, the 2nd and the 8th numbers, they're pretty close together. So,
given the number of people that were in town, that's really encouraging. Thank you.
Councilmember Kors.
There we go. Thank you. I had pinned that screen, so I had to unpin it. So Danny, before our next council meeting, and I asked the county if they would pull this data for us, but it would be great to drill down a little more in the numbers, just from questions that have come up at the Hospitality Association, the Chamber, and from some residents. For our new cases, how many are hospitalized and how many of those folks are vaccinated or not vaccinated would be really helpful. So we're very highly vaccinated. I know the county data may show us in Rancho Mirage over 100% of eligible residents 12 and older, because when they don't have an address, they use where you got vaccinated. So between Eisenhower and the Convention Center, we are getting extra vaccine credits, but obviously we're highly vaccinated. So it'd be really helpful for residents to know, are the people who are vaccinated not ending up in the hospital, right? And I think that would be helpful as we're looking at our rules and to educate the public about where things stand. Because we hear concerns on all different sides, right? And we saw that in the survey. So it would be really helpful to drill down on that data for Palm Springs residents. I saw, if I recall, on the Pride, the Tuesday dropped a whole bunch from the Monday, right? Which is more likely wastewater just from our residents. So that's a good thing. So if we could get that data, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
we can definitely dig into that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kors. And I am holding bi-weekly mayor's COVID task force meetings with Desert Care Network and Eisenhower. And so they bi-weekly report their numbers for the ICU and also for the hospitals and admissions. So I don't have that off the top of my head. In general, what we've heard is that, primarily a huge proportion of the ICU, nearly all are unvaccinated people. Some, are still being hospitalized, but the cases aren't as severe. But I will ask for that data for Palm Springs residents. And I think Danny shared, but in this update that we've gone 6 weeks without a death in Palm Springs from COVID is just really, I think, impressive to the restrictions and rules that we put in place for public health and also for our residents for getting vaccinated and taking care of our community and now getting boosted. And I just got my booster shot an hour before this council meeting. So I really appreciate everyone who's putting in the work to remain safe and keep our community safe, and just really proud of our council's leadership and progress on this. It's impressive. Anything else on this? Seeing none, we will move to acceptance of the agenda. So City Council will discuss the order of the agenda. We can amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for separate discussion. Staff, do you have any items that you would like to remove from the agenda or move in order?
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. We put item 4B, the Navigation Center of McCarthy Road, on the agenda really as a placeholder in order to make a verbal update if there was anything to update, but we don't have anything. So if you wouldn't mind, we can kindly remove that item.
Thank you. And staff is also requesting that we reorder the agenda to consider item 5B related to Desert Community Energy immediately after item 3A on the climate action plan, since they're both related to greenhouse gas emissions. Is that right?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. So would council like let's discuss the order of the agenda and see if there are any changes there. And then if not, do you have any items that you would like to pull for separate discussion?
And Madam Mayor, staff also would like to pull item 1H from the agenda.
Can you say more about that for the public? Because I see we have public comment on 1H.
Madam Mayor, staff is requesting to pull that item. We need to do some additional work with the police department in terms of the maintenance and security plan, and so we'd like to bring this back at your next council meeting.
Thank you. So at staff's request, item 1H on the proposed maintenance and security plan for the Serena Park project will be removed from this agenda and will likely come to the next agenda. Councilmember Kors.
So I'm fine with those changes in the order, and I'd like to pull from consent item 1B as in Aristo, 1F as in Farrell, and 1M as in Mesquite.
Great job.
Thank you.
Gold star. Would any other council members like to pull items from the consent calendar for separate discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
You're on mute.
Here we go. Item 1A is in Alejo. Item 1K is in Kirk Douglas Drive.
Great. Any other items?
Mayor Holstage? Just a suggestion, since two of the ones I pulled are related to College of the Desert, we might want to do those back to back because they're somewhat related, just for the public's benefit.
Thank you. Let's do that. Okay, so can I please entertain a motion? So we will accept the agenda. We will remove item 1H completely from the agenda to come back to a future meeting. We will remove item 4B, which is the discussion of the Navigation Center. We'll also remove that from the agenda to be discussed at a future meeting. And then on the consent calendar, we have pulled for separate discussion items 1A, B, F, K, and M. So can I have a motion and a second, please?
A motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is a report of the closed session from City Attorney Jeff Ballinger.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public, the City Council met in closed session to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda. The City Council did approve a settlement of the national opioid litigation that has been negotiated on behalf of California cities and counties in the state by our Attorney General Bonta. Under that settlement, the city will receive up to $1.2 million over the next 18 years by certain opioid distributors and manufacturers, and those dollar amounts will be used for specific opioid abatement activities under the state subdivision agreements. There were other items that are listed on the agenda. There was no reportable action under those items, and the public should be aware that the City Council was not able to complete all of its discussions in closed session, so it's possible that the council may recess into closed session either at some point during tonight's meeting or at the conclusion of tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. The next item is public testimony. This time has been set aside from members of the public to address the City Council on agenda items only, which are non-public hearing agenda items. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You are asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you're speaking about. Please note that your testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening. Tonight, City Clerk will be contacting speakers by telephone. City Clerk, if you could please begin.
Alvin Taylor, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm so happy to be here, first of all, and Mayor Holsage and council members, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Alvin Taylor, and I am basically lost here with my notes that I had, but I wanted to let you know that I'm a direct descendant of Robert Arthur, my dad, who was a carpenter, and Eula Lee Taylor, my mom, who was a maid. My dad and mom helped build and serve the city of Palm Springs well. I was born at the Palm Springs Desert Hospital in 1953. And basically, I'm here to support Palm Springs Section 14 survivors, which I'm a member of. And I just wanted to just kind of clear the air a little bit. I'm grateful for all that has been accomplished thus far, but I hope that at some point, council will allow actual Section 14 survivors to sit at the table to get some clarity and some facts straight about what really happened during the time of the city-engineered Holocaust, and to hear direct from the horse's mouth, so to speak, and as we go forward. Thank you so much for letting me share.
Thank you. Pearl Devers, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. This is in reference to agenda item 5A. Thank you, first of all, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Pearl Taylor Devers. I am a Palm Springs native, born and raised on Section 14. My father was a carpenter who built our home on the reservation. He was very active in our very close-knit community, and he and my mother worked extremely hard and provided a loving home for me and my siblings. I am here as the interim chair and spokesperson representing the members of the newly formed Section 14 Survivors Advisory Group. We are a group of about 100 direct descendants who actually lived on and were directly affected by what happened on Section 14. And so, first of all, I just wanted to say on behalf of the Section 14 Advisory Group that we would like to thank you so much for your formal apology and for the decision to begin the process for removing the Frank Bogart statue. Most of our members were actually not even aware of the council's decisions and the great work that has already taken place by the Community Action Committee, Jarvis Crawford, and many others. We want to applaud their efforts, and we want to thank them publicly for their ongoing work. Now, we realize that numerous key questions still need to be answered to make a meaningful progress, thus creating and implementing reparations program, but we really want to thank the council for allowing more sufficient time for more reports, more stories, more interviews, and further studies. We're here to help. And on behalf of the Section 14 Advisory Group, we look forward to joining forces with other community groups, working with everybody and to helping make this journey successful in spite of the past actions. We will be submitting further information to the City Council in reference to our advisory group. The descendants and the members of Section 14 Survivors Advisory Group are thanking you for the continued opportunity to be heard, recognized, and valued. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Paul Merritt, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Honorable Council. Mayor Paul Merritt, North Palm Springs. First, I'd like to address on item 1H, which I know is continued, but I won't be able to be at that meeting. I would like to congratulate the chief on his new duties. In regard to my general comments, respectfully on the topic of homelessness, the comment that I have in an overview from the research to date is that the city price tag of $1 million of the North Palm Springs Center seems disproportionate to the other bids, where in fact there was one bid for as low as $837,000. The point that I'd like to make is that a bigger price in the issue of homelessness and lack of housing will not necessarily bring success on the issue. My background is very simple on this matter. It has both been public research with council and government authorities for more than 10 years. And I have personally taken in a homeless person in my residence for 5 years. The person was drug addicted. And I can tell you that, as you already know, it is not an easy solution. The reason, and I met a success with this, thank God, the person is now working and has been successfully employed and is off narcotics. The issue, though, is not the rehabilitated homeless. The issue, succinctly, is that there are 30% of the homeless are what you would term professional homeless. And our city government and the social powers have not recognized those professional homeless that have no desire for rehabilitation, no inclination to cooperate, and are not interested in anything other than obtaining government services. And lastly, if I might suggest in brief, that the Navigation Center, if located in North Palm Springs, be changed in name and designation to a welcome center. The reason that I stress that is because of the gargantuan size with a proposed,
Mr.
as
Merritt,
I've
that's your time.
understood, perhaps I'm incorrect, up
Thank
to
you, Mr. Merritt,
200
for your
beds.
comments. Marvin Ruse, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. My name is Marvin Ruse. I'm a resident of Palm Springs since 1976. I worked in the city's planning department for 20 years, starting in 1971. I wrote to the council previously as to the real facts of the matters of Section 14, hoping to help exonerate Mr. Bogert. As pointed out recently by the Desert Sun, the Section 14 evictions were authorized and processed by the tribe, not the city. Several city council members erroneously cited the city's evictions in their indictment of Mr. Bogert, who had zero authority over Indian land at the time. Please exonerate Frank, he wasn't the bad guy. The city clearly came in at the tribe's request that the city would fund the cleanup, but only the tribe and the federal government had the authority to evict renters. In '66, the tribe's wealth existed on paper in the manner of owning most of the vacant, developable land remaining in Palm Springs, but they needed the city's help to fund the physical cleanup. Had the city acted unilaterally to clear Section 14, all hell would have been raised by the tribe. As it was, the tribe sent a thank you note to the city for helping them. As to reparation claims that may ensue, let's recall that the majority of the evicted individuals and families were concentrated in the northwest portion of Section 14 in the vicinity of the current casino, and were living there at the discretion of the various allottees that control these allotments. No one other than the allottees and the tribe owned any property in Section 14. So no non-Indian families owned any real estate in the section, and the rental was month to month. There could have been very little generational wealth built up for renters in the non-permitted structures in Section 14. Please work with the tribe on the reparations discussion. They benefited the most from the reset of Section 14, along with the city. So again, the city and Frank were not the evictors; it was the tribe. So let's work together on a reparations that makes some sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marjorie Holland, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. My name is Marjorie Holland. I am born and raised in Palm Springs. Section 14 has been a part of my life, all of my life. As a native, I grew up in and around Section 14, and then professionally for the past 7-8 years, I have worked in the community, and Section 14 has been a constant area of interest for our wellness committee and other groups in the community. Earlier this year, a reporter from the Desert Sun wanted to reach out to individuals who were most impacted by what happened in Section 14 in the 50s and 60s. And we formed a group called Palm Springs, California Section 14 Survivors. And these are children of individuals who would now be in their 80s and 90s, and I still have a cousin and a family friend that are 95 who were around back then. But we just wanted to introduce ourselves to the city as a group, and then going forward, we would like to be notified directly of any and all meetings going forward, and to have a seat at the table as the situation unfolds. I will send an email as well going forward. And then I would also like to add that the two proclamations that were sent out to be reviewed contain inaccurate information, and we would hope that that information could be corrected before it's signed, and then you apologize and eventually take down Mr. Bobert's statue. So have a good evening, and thank you for allowing me to participate. Again, the name of the group is Palm Springs, California Section 14 Survivors, and we are a group of individuals who were most impacted by what happened in the 50s and 60s in Section 14. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mary Taylor, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. My name is Mary Lewis. My parents' name is Philip Lewis and Teresa Lewis. We live at 65 Osage Street on the reservation in a house my father and my grandfather built in 1948. My family lived and paid land rent until City of Palm Springs noticed for the evicting minority Section 14 from our home. Our family of 9 had to move. I'm 100% for reparation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're just getting our next speaker queued up. Thank you. Ricky Pelham, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, hello. Mayor Hostich and City Council, thank you for letting me share. I'm speaking as a direct descendant of a property owner or renter from Section 14. He was my grandfather who moved from East Texas and built his home on the corner of Baristo and El Segundo. At the time, I was not born. However, I've heard all the stories from my grandmother and my mother about how my grandfather cried like a baby as the bulldozers knocked his brick home down that he built by hand, which took him 2 years to build. My mom, they lived in a small trailer on the corner of Baristo and El Segundo as it is today. At that time, they moved to Las Vegas Road and eventually migrated back to the same area, which was around 327 or 326 El Segundo and Cali and Celia. I've been in Palm Springs all my life. I was born in Desert Hospital. I went to elementary, high school, and all. And I've always heard the stories of the things that happened to the folks that lived in Section 14. I speak for myself and my sister. My grandfather had 2 children, a son and a daughter, and he had 5 grandchildren who are still living and do believe that we deserve to be maybe compensated for some of the pain of my ancestor, grandfather. And I've heard all my life of these stories, and I appreciate and applaud and thank Palm Springs and the City Council for recognizing
Mr. Pelham?
And the public apology also. And I hope that moving forward,
Mr. Pelham,
that we could come to some sort of solution. I do believe that
Mr. Pelham,
reparations
thank you for your
are
comments. We're going to
deserved.
disconnect now. Shirley Lewis, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening. My name is Shirley Tribble, and I'm a desert rat. I'm born and raised in Palm Springs. My parents are Philip and Teresa Lewis, and we were a family of Furnishing, and we lived also at 650 Sage Street, and that was my sister before you. My dad also built his house, and we lived there till 1957 when we got the notice to evict. I'm sure my parents were stunned and bewildered to get that. I don't know the history of all that stuff. I was the youngest of 8 kids, but I'm going to be a part of the Section 4 group. I don't live in Palm Springs currently, so I don't know what's actually going on, but I am all for the reparation. So I appreciate all of your help. I respect the City Council, and I expect for things to work out to our favor. It was, I love Palm Springs, so be good to it. Thank you.
Thank you. We're just queuing up our next speaker. Thank you. Dieter Crawford, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, council, staff. My name is Dieter Crawford, and I want to speak on the Section 14 reparations. My family moved to Palm Springs in the 1950s and settled on Section 14 of the Agua Caliente Indian Reservation, like most minority residents, due to de facto segregation and deed restrictions. Homeowners who leased lots in Section 14 saw their homes destroyed without notice and their personal property burned. About 1,000 people were involved in the evictions and 200 homes were demolished. Documented in the 1968 Attorney General's report is instances of homes valued from $3,400 to $8,000. which were destroyed by the city without notice to owners of the impending destruction. I recommend a $15 million reparation fund. There were 200 homes demolished at a value of $8,000 in 1959. $8,000 in 1959 is equivalent to $75,000 today. 200 homes at $75,000 is the minimum I believe the reparation fund should be. A home today in Palm Springs is $200 million. I believe the fund should be between $15 million and $200 million, and you should offer home buyers assistance programs, as well as home repair programs and monetary payments to families displaced from Section 14. The city not only disregarded residents of Section 14 as property owners, taxpayers, and voters, the city ignored that residents of Section 14 were human beings. Our families lost generational wealth, and it's time for us to get monetary compensation and closure. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Once again, my name is Dieter Crawford.
Thank you. Patrick Weiss, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Hi, this is Patrick Weiss. I'm speaking to 4B, which was removed from the agenda tonight regarding the Navigation Center. I'm calling to support the Navigation Center be built somewhere in Palm Springs. My concern is that the fears and concerns of where to place the Navigation Center that be addressed adequately by the neighbors in that area. And assessed. I think there's a lot of thinking that the Navigation Center will be similar to the drop-in center, which is totally different. And I think people have some serious concerns regarding that. And that's basically it. Without a Navigation Center in Palm Springs, I don't think the homeless situation will get any better. It will get worse. If we do not get a Navigation Center in Palm Springs, we cannot move forward with our homeless situation in Palm Springs, and we will be stuck with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Frank Tyson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay. I have been an observer and a participant for many decades here, and I just wanted to point something out that I think that seems to have been forgotten. Section 14 situation was rather simplistically loaded on Bogart. We seem to forget that Section 14 was tribal land, sovereign land, and nothing happened unless the tribe approved. And the same is true for Bogart. So actually, we ought to somehow involve the tribe in all of this. They are the ones that really benefited. They're the ones who issued the notices of eviction. And I think, they themselves have been well taken care of by the federal government, who has compensated them very well by giving them the gambling rights. But now, in this particular case, I think this is not the city issue completely. This is maybe partially a city issue, but partially a tribal issue. And they should be made to step up to the plate. So I have a piece prepared for the Desert Sun, which gives it in more detail, but I really think we need to do the right thing, which is involve the tribe in this also, in reparations particularly. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Holland Thomas, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. I'm Gloria Holland Thompson, and thank you for having me. And I am with the Palm Springs Section 14 Survivors Advisory Board. And I would like to kind of piggyback off of what Pearl Devers and Alvin Taylor and the rest of the families from Section 14, so I won't have to use up all my 2 minutes. Number one, I'm requesting for the advisory board, the Palm Springs Section 14 advisory board, to have a seat at the table when we are speaking on these reparations, and have the any information that come up regarding it to be emailed to us, so I can send everyone that's on the board a copy. And the email address is roxwell@yahoo.com. That's R, Richard, Oscar, Charlie, Sam, WELL@yahoo.com. Number two, I would like to have us review this proclamation for corrections. I did read it, and there's quite a few corrections that need to be made before it is finalized. And you can also mail me a copy of the proclamation. Email me a copy of it. I appreciate it very much. Number three, I would also like to have a copy of the list of the 100 families that you are recommended for reparation, just to make sure everyone is involved and a part of it. I would like to have that. And I was born one of 5 children, 11 children my mother had, and I'm one of 5 that was born on the reservation. And so our roots go deep into the reservation.
Gloria, that's your time.
Oh, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Council members.
Thank you. David Weiner, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I have a really quick comment on item 1M, and then I want to talk about 5A. But as far as item 1M, which is to put aside some money for legal services in relation to the College of the Desert West Valley campus that has already been prepared to be built, I just want you to know I fully support us spending some money if necessary to make sure that the residents of the West Valley get the educational opportunities they deserve, and we don't have a similar situation like Cathedral City and the cancellation of that contract. Okay, moving on. As far as item 5A and reparations, I have to say that I'm really happy with much of the other comments that have been made. And, you know, we all have been on this road for a while to try to address our past and figure out how to best make things right, even though it will never be enough to compensate the families for the intergenerational wealth that was lost, rather stolen from them. I think we're still trying to find out what we do and how we do it right. And I'm really excited about making sure that we keep the affected community members in the loop and at the table, because their voices are critical. They're the ones that have had this wealth taken away, and if we don't listen to them, and we've had this discussion on other topics, in fact, the NAP Center, we need to make sure to listen to them and bring them to the table and respect their positions. And so I just want to say I'm really excited about the direction we're taking, and I want to applaud you all for going down this road together. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that does conclude public comment. We had a few speakers who decided they did not want to speak tonight. And just a reminder for those who are speaking on non-agenda public comments, that will happen at approximately 9 p.m. Thank you.
And city manager comments and reports. City manager, do you have a report at this time?
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's unusual for me to be joining you by Zoom. I am just a little under the weather and in the office, but I nevertheless want to be able to recognize Teresa Gallivan, our new Assistant City Manager, who is joining us in the chambers, and just welcome her to the team and give her a bit of a public introduction. I know that she's hit the ground running, is looking forward to serving the residents of Palm Springs, and is available for those who might have questions or need services. So welcome, Teresa.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Teresa. We're so glad to have you on the team. Would you like to introduce yourself to the community or say a few words?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm very excited to be here and serving this amazing community in the city of Palm Springs. I look forward to working with my colleagues and the many great things that we will do for our residents and the community. So, thank you again. Pleased to be here.
Thank you. Anything else, City Manager?
That's all for me tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Council member reports or comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few things. I had a very good meeting this past Saturday with the Tuckwitz River Estates Neighborhood Organization. I want to thank I think it was well over 50 people that participated in that meeting, and my compliments to Kat Salazar, Dana Duccolo, and all of the members of the Tuckwitz River Estates Neighborhood Organization Council. One of the most famous projects in our community is the cell phone tower on Murray Canyon. And I'm very pleased to say that that tower has now been sited as actually starting to be erected. And we've not made all of the connections, but we are looking forward to now a very short period of time before people will be able to pick up their phones and actually hear someone at the other end in the south end of our city. As most everyone knows, I'm a member of the CalPERS Board of Administration. We had some fairly important meetings this week. The most important issue was a determination of what the asset allocation is going to be going forward. This is a year-long process that's done once every 4 years. It involves numerous investment professionals as well as our actuaries. There was considerable debate. The portfolio that currently exists was projected to have a 6.2% rate of return moving forward for the long haul. A 6.2 rate of return would have been a significant difference than the 7.0 rate of return that was projected 4 years ago, in that rates for cities, counties, special districts are set on. After considerable debate, we settled on a portfolio that changes our asset mix and is estimated to produce a 6.8% rate of return, which is the current rate of return. And I will leave some of the incredible technical arguments that go on, but this is something that most municipalities were in very strong support of staying at 6.8, and we were able to do so. So I'm really pleased on that result. We received some numbers that I want to really get out to individuals on retirements over the last 12 months. And these are statewide numbers for all of CalPERS. But among those who are served by CalPERS who are school district employees, this is the non-credentialed staff, the janitors, the folks who work in the front office, all of the administrative staff, the bus drivers that are employed. Retirements year to year over the last 12 months are up by 14%, a really large number. For public agencies, which includes all the municipalities and public agencies, retirements year to year is up by 8%. The surprising number in that is the miscellaneous employees are actually retiring at a significantly larger rate than public safety employees. And we've had an awful lot of conversation about the increase in public safety employment, but it is spread wide. And some speculation, and it's speculation at this point, that those, again, are those employees who are in positions where they're having to interact with the public. And we're not able to retreat into offices during the COVID crisis. And again, we don't have that finalized yet, but these are statewide trends we'll continue to follow. I've asked for a lot more information on the retirement trends statewide so that we can take and compare those as to what it may mean for our own city. Last thing I want to report from the meeting is something I am particularly proud of, and I think will resonate very well in our community. Historically, health plans across the country, when it comes to infertility treatments, specifically identify traditional heterosexual partners as those who are eligible for infertility treatment. And other individuals, specifically members of the LGBTQ community, have not been covered for any infertility treatment. And before some of our friends on the and some of the talk radio and the like get excited, we're not trying to change basic biology as to how reproduction occurs, but for treatments that are available to individuals within the heterosexual community, they have been unavailable for coverage in the LGBTQ community, the very same treatments that are available to anyone else. That effective July 1, 2023 will change for the 1.5 million people who are covered by CalPERS health plans, as we have made a change to ensure that there is full and equal opportunity to participate in infertility programs. This is the result of staff work at CalPERS and a result of the very prominent diversity, equity, and inclusion program established at CalPERS under the leadership of Marlene Timberlake Damo. It includes our efforts not only to ensure corporate boards are diverse throughout our community internally at CalPERS, but also that our healthcare programs are fully equitable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kors.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for sharing that news, and your visibility on the CalPERS board has no doubt had a real impact for our community. So really thank you for your leadership and work. I was going to share this later in requests, but I thought I would do that now following up on that. But in doing a little quick research of our ordinances in Palm Springs and doing a little search, we have 278 times the word his is used, 45 him to 133 her, 106 he, and 45 for she. And when her and she is used, it's either because it's his, her, him. And so several cities have moved forward with all new or updated ordinances and policies using they or them in gender neutral terms. And I think that's something we should do as a city. Not going backwards and fixing everything until they're getting updated, so we're not adding any work beyond that for staff. And so I'd like, if we could bring back that policy, which I can get, because San Diego recently did it, which led me to do a little search of ours. As far as my various meetings, not much I need to share at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for all your work on CalPERS. It's really appreciated. The first thing I wanted to say was it was a great couple of weeks of parades in our city, and as I've mentioned before, it's what makes us like no place else, the fact that we have these parades. I think what was different this year is the number of gay flags and banners and whatnot that businesses put up to celebrate and welcome the diversity of our community. And I want to thank all of those businesses that did that, to welcome everybody and to just express it. And it's the first time that City Hall and our city facilities has flown the gay flag for Gay Pride as well. So a big thanks to Justin Clifton to make that happen. I think for those of you who did not attend the community celebration of Gay Pride, the Global Rainbow Art Exhibit, which was a global laser light show of the rainbow colors over Palm Canyon Drive, was absolutely fantastic. If you saw it either up close or from afar, I really want to give great kudos to the planners for bringing that art installation here. The next thing I wanted to talk about is I serve on the Coachella Valley Conservation Commission. And one of the things that we're charged with is using developer fees to buy preservation land to offset development impacts in the valley floor. And we just today authorized the largest purchase of acreage in the city of Palm Springs ever in the history of CVCC. We approved over 3,200 acres of conservation land in the San Jacinto, Santa Rosa conservation area. And the conservation area happens to be mostly in the city of Palm Springs, just east of the Vaughn's Shopping Center on 111 up in the hills. And there was a mutual collaboration of CVCC, but with support from Oswald Land Trust, as well as the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy, which I also sit on. Lastly, Mayor Pro Tem and I sat in the 1 PS meeting, and we heard some concerns about energy costs, which we'll be discussing kind of our energy process later in this meeting. We've had extreme temperatures causing increased energy costs, the highest I think we've had on record for June and July. And we've also had COVID causing more people to be at home and working from home, increasing those energy costs. We are always looking at ways to kind of help people reduce those energy costs. And I just want to let everyone know that there is a program out there that you can apply for free, and it will give you a smart thermostat, as well as a couple of appliance modules to turn on and off your appliances. And it's called Ohm Connect, OHM Connect. And if you go to ohmconnect.com, you can sign up within 5 minutes and they'll deliver you your free thermostat, which is a smart thermostat. So with that, I thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Garner, do you have any reports or comments at this time?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just briefly go. I attended the College of the Desert board meeting to provide public comment at their last board meeting. So I just want to report out that I shared the residents' concerns that I've been hearing about what happened at the Cathedral City Roadrunners campus, and then what is happening at our vacant site that was the Palm Springs Mall. I also attended Araby Cove annual meeting. The full city council attended the Equality Awards from Equality California, where the city of Palm Springs was awarded the Community Leadership Award. And so we're so honored to accept that on behalf of our community and our residents who've led the way. We are glad to have city staff, our city manager, and our city attorney there, as well as the full city council. Really quickly, for the CVAG Homelessness Committee, which I chair, we had a meeting this week where we did an update about our CV Housing First program, some We are housing people in the Coachella Valley through this collaborative effort with all of the cities and tribes participating. And we're housing people and we're seeing really, really successful results. So far, we have a by name list of 200 people who are the most chronically homeless people, the highest user of services. We get these lists from police departments, from city staff, and from hospitals. And so we just completed our third quarter. So far in the year, we have housed 63 people of those 200, many of whom have been homeless for at least a year, but if not like 10 years. So this quarter, we housed 14 people, and we're showing really good results for people remaining in permanent housing. Just so I always try to tell residents that you might not see a homelessness shelter in Palm Springs, but the CVAG program has 20 crisis stabilization housing units. And so we're housing people through that system, but we are seeing a gap in permanent supportive housing. So we have had issues getting people through that program because there isn't enough permanent housing to go to move into, which is why I'm so proud our city has been so laser focused on delivering permanent housing as a solution to homelessness. And just a few updates. Oh, and just to follow up on that, we are also refreshing or resetting the list, the 200 by name list of chronically homeless people that we're working to house as a region. As you've heard, we've housed 63 already. And so we're going to be adding to that list, assessing it, and coming up with a new list to continue to focus on housing people who need it the most. Few announcements. One, I have a District 4 town hall. I've been hosting monthly town hall meetings for my district, I think for a year and a half. So that's happening November 22nd at 4 p.m. You can email City Hall to be included in that meeting. It's open to anyone. And then City Manager, I was hoping we might just tell the council and the community about the strategic visioning session this Saturday. Could you just detail what the public can expect there?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much, Mayor. So more or less what we'll have most of the day on the 20th is a closed session where council will really be solidifying strategic priorities. They'll find their way to my desk as expectations and accountability and the subject of future performance reviews. So we've done a lot to get input to those sessions. We've done some community polling. We've solicited input from our various commissions and boards. We've also solicited input from staff, and our selected consultant has conducted interviews with each of you and compiled notes. So the closed session is really so that you can give expectations to the city manager, to me, and then there will be some drafting of all of those expectations, the creation of a strategic vision document that we'll bring back to council in open session, solicit public comments, and take any additional direction that you have and solidifying that until that it's ready for ultimate adoption. And then there'll be an iterative phase from there where we'll budget and program and bring items back to the agenda consistent with that strategic roadmap. So that's what we have outlined. Looking forward to a productive session and then sharing with the public the results of that conversation.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to that conversation. So next on the agenda is the consent calendar. So we will move through the items that were removed for separate discussion. So first, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without items 1A, 1B, 1K, 1M, and 1F. Can I have a motion and a second to accept and approve the remaining items?
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So those consent calendar items are approved, and then we'll go through the items pulled for separate discussion. So the first is 1A, findings to conduct city council and board, commission, and committee meetings virtually under Assembly Bill 361. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton pulled this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and this will be I hope short. This is a procedural item that we need to do on a regular basis in order to be able to hold meetings virtually. But I'm fully supportive of us continuing to do that. But I think it is time for us to move back into chambers for our meetings unless there is a further outbreak or difficulty related to COVID. I've participated now this week in 3 days worth of in-person meetings, both a board being in person, a 13-member board, and multiple members of the public across the Coachella Valley and in our region. City councils are meeting in person. That is where it's most appropriate for us in non-emergency situations to conduct the public's business. And I'd like to see us get back into those chambers and bring the public back in a safe way, which I think there are examples of how to do that. So I think we should continue to have under the bill the opportunity to meet virtually when we need to, but I think it's time to get back to chambers. Thank you.
Councilmember Kors?
Maybe this is for the city attorney. My understanding of the bill is, right, this allows us to meet virtually, boards, commissions, and council, and would allow a member to meet virtually, such as when someone's sick and they can actually participate from home and not put other people at risk if we're meeting in chambers. Is that what this would do?
Yes, that's the item before you tonight. That would allow the council to participate remotely, as well as any members of the public to participate remotely.
Okay. As far as the other issue, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton mentioned, is that something we can give guidance on now or future agenda items? I just want to, what's the best way to have that discussion?
I think it falls within the ambit of this agenda item if you'd like to discuss and give direction.
And I appreciate your comments. I agree that it would be nice to meet again in person if the numbers continue to stay where they are. You know, what I would recommend is we ask the city manager to look into options, whether it's the convention center or people in public can be spaced more appropriately, whether mask or vaccines are required, and to make some determinations on that. I don't know if you need to bring that back to us, Mr. Clifton, or we can just give you general direction. So I'm happy either way.
Council, if I could suggest, the last time we talked generally about COVID protocols, we agreed to bring back a conversation for the December 9th regular meeting. So if it's okay, we can collect some additional information, maybe lay out some options for you at that meeting, and then make some of those decisions along with decisions regarding some of those other remaining protocols.
That sounds good to me.
That works for me.
If no one has anything else, I make a motion to move this item, and if we need to what the city manager recommended to bring back to us, but I don't know if we need that.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. So there's a motion to approve with additional direction. There's a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Kors?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton?
Aye.
Councilmember Garner?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 1B, second reading and adoption of ordinance number 2052, amending the Palm Springs Municipal Code in relation to duties of applicants under the City of Palm Springs Public Integrity Ordinance. Councilmember Kors raised this item.
Thank you. I pulled it just to ask staff, assuming this passes again on second reading, to make sure that we reach out to anyone who this is impacted and share this with them so they're aware of it. We don't want anyone inadvertently breaking a rule that they may not know about, and that when we interview new commissioners and board members we share that this applies to, that we share that with them as well. That was all. And with that, I'm happy to move the item.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Kors?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 1F, authorize issuance of a letter to the Desert Community College District expressing concern regarding the Roadrunner Motors program and College of the Desert's West Valley campus. Councilmember Kors pulled this item.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. So I pulled this one to bring it to the public's attention. Secondly, I really appreciate your leadership in speaking at the COD board meeting about our concerns. I appreciate that we wanna and that we are committed to working in good faith with the College of the Desert on these issues. So I very much support the letter. I do, I know we can add some things to it and share ideas. But one thing I do want to share is, since there have been some comments by COD that there weren't any studies, I think we really should ask just for any studies done for any of the possible campuses that are being discussed, including, Indio, Coachella, Cathedral City, or Palm Springs. I think it would be important, our residents first in 2004 and our businesses, and then in 2016, approved close to $1 billion in funding based on commitments on campuses in several locations in the Valley, including Palm Springs and Indio. And what I'm hearing from residents is a lot of frustration that 17 years later, 2 properties later, one in Desert Highlands that COD abandoned, and now the old Palm Springs Mall, sit vacant. And tens of millions of dollars has been spent on those 2 projects, yet nothing has moved forward. So currently we have seniors graduating high school this school year who weren't even born when voters approved the first bond measure. And yet there's still nothing in the West Valley as far as a real campus for those students. That's almost a generation of students who have lost opportunity as a result. And that isn't just here, right? It's getting the Indio campus expanded in the East Valley. And we work well with the whole Valley. We supported the Desert Healthcare expansion to the East Valley, and we regularly support those projects. And so I want us to work in good faith, but there's a lot of concerns that both properties are sitting vacant and there's no campus for students in the West Valley. And we've heard from folks, both in Indio and in Palm Springs, that they can't get to the classes currently, right? These are people who are working part-time. And so the need for this is real. And I really appreciate your leadership in speaking out on these issues. And I appreciate that since this letter was published, we have gotten a meeting with the new president and the vice chair of their board that we've been requesting for several months. And we did get some documents as a result, but we need more documents. We want to be transparent with our residents, and we need to respond to all our residents who are really concerned about this. So I fully support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Woods.
I would just thank you, Councilmember Kors, for his comments, and for the mayor for speaking up, and for our other council members who've been involved. Councilmember Kors alluded to it, but really it comes down to taxpayers, your individual property bill. You are paying an enormous amount of money to have our children educated in this valley. And as Councilmember Kors said, there's been a gap, a generational gap in that. And I don't feel that's really particularly acceptable. I'm not sure what all of the barriers of that have been. And I think really working cooperatively with the school district to try and bridge that and make sure that it's not another generation that goes without an education is really my goal in the whole process here. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Garner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to let people know that I did speak with Dr. Garcia yesterday and asked for some documents to be sent to us, and she did send those to us yesterday. So just wanted to, and I think that was reported in the Desert Sun. I just wanted to make sure that the public knows that, but that also that we really appreciate that act of good faith. And there's still more information that we're looking for. And for me, and I think for the rest of council, we really want to be able to just have a lot of questions answered. There's a lot of things that can be discussed once we are all on the same page as to what information is available and what has occurred and what has not occurred. So that's really the driving force with this, is to make sure that all of us in the Coachella Valley are aware of what's going on.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I thank my colleagues for their comments. The College of the Desert is one of the treasures of the Coachella Valley. And it's one that has for many generations served people across the Coachella Valley. And that support across all regions of the Coachella Valley is incredibly important to COD being able to carry out the kind of mission that they have. What we know is for the overwhelming majority of students at COD, they are like me. They are the first in their family to have an opportunity to attend college. They are the students who are having that opportunity to create something new within their families. Those students exist absolutely everywhere in our region. And the locality of campuses being close to where those students are matters. That's why so many people across the Coachella Valley have supported the bond measures that have been passed in the past. We know from a sad experience how difficult it is to pass an education bond measure. And the people across this valley have supported bonds for COD. And it is really important that we repay the trust that has been given. And the campus here in Palm Springs, serving all of the people across the Coachella Valley, but most importantly, being close to the folks in the Western Coachella Valley is something that matters.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. I fully support this action to authorize the issuance of the letter to Desert Community College District. We very much want to work in partnership with College of the Desert. I've served on City Council since 2017, and I've been on the subcommittee with College of the Desert, working with them, having multiple meetings since then. And I know that work has been ongoing with our city, working in partnership. I was concerned to see what happened with Cathedral City, in that there had been 5 years of planning for the Cathedral City Roadrunner campus, and it looks like the board or the director made a quick decision to go in a different direction and cancel that campus. And that's concerning for not just Cathedral City, not just the future of the West Valley campus, but any and all of the campuses planned for College of the Desert. We care about regional equity. This is not about East Valley versus West Valley. This is about government and how we rely and we work together to best serve our students and our residents. And so in the effort of that, in good faith, asking College of the Desert to work with us to provide those documents about how was the decision about the Roadrunner campus decided? Have there been any decisions about the future of the West Valley campus, just so that we can answer our community's questions, because we had an operating vocational school at the old mall. There were students lined up there every day. I saw them when I went to City Hall. I live a few blocks away. And that was the educational opportunity that our students so desperately need. This is needed throughout the valley, in Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, Palm Springs. 98% of our students in the city in Palm Springs Unified are on free or reduced lunch and qualify as low income. So I think that there might be a misunderstanding sometimes about what our students need. And we ask that we continue to work collaboratively as a region with Palm Springs Unified or other school districts, College of the Desert, to best serve our students. We know that College of the Desert wants to do that too. So I look forward to issuing this letter and getting those full documents from College of the Desert and moving forward to hear real commitments about the future of the West Valley campus. That's what I would like to see, is a real commitment about what we expect to happen and when. Because I graduated high school in 2004, not to date myself. My husband graduated in 2004 from Palm Springs High. So since then, they're now 35. There has been no opportunity for Palm Springs students to go to College of the Desert in or around our city in an accessible way. And that's a problem. And I hope that it will not be another 17 years. And it can't be, because our taxpayers are paying nearly $1 billion in funding to fund these investments. And I think we've had 17 years of failed promises. So with that, I make a motion to authorize the letter to Desert Community College District.
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Councilmember Kors also asked that we pull item 1M and consider it right after this, which is the engagement of special legal counsel, to approve the engagement of Colantuano, Highsmith, and Waitley, I'm so sorry, I'm bad with names, for specialized legal services regarding College of the Desert West End campus. Councilmember Kors pulled this item.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I have some questions maybe for the city attorney, and I've gotten some questions from a few residents when this was added to our agenda. So maybe the city attorney can join us on the camera.
Yes.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Ballinger. So in my 6 years, I don't recall when we've ever had a party refuse to waive conflict to allow us to use our city attorney. Am I recalling correctly? Has that happened here in your knowledge?
Certainly not since I've been here, the last 2.5 or so years. And I'm just not familiar with it ever happening to any predecessor law firms, whether it be the Woodruff firm or the Alshire Winder firm, no.
And just for the public, I probably should have prefaced this with the reason we are considering hiring an outside law firm is because College of the Desert won't allow our city attorney, who works at the same law firm as their attorney, to represent us in these matters. So we'll have to have this extra expense as a result. And I did want to share with the public that that has not happened here. So in your career as a city attorney working for governments, have you ever had a time when your firm, which I know is probably the largest one who represents governments in California, has had 2 government clients where one of them has refused to allow the city or local, whoever the council is, if it's a different person in the firm, has refused to allow them to serve, necessitating having to spend money to hire outside counsel?
In my 22 years serving public agencies, at no time when I asked for a waiver has the other public agency not agreed to a waiver, no.
Great. And we have been willing to waive any conflict with COD so they could continue to use their attorney, correct?
I believe the city would, yes.
Yes. Now the COD attorney happens to also be the city attorney for Coachella, is that correct?
Yes, Coachella's city attorney also provides board counsel to the COD board.
Okay. Have you heard of any COD objecting to the same person representing them in the city of Coachella?
No, I haven't heard of any objection, no.
Okay. Would you prefer that you be able to represent us on this matter?
Yes, obviously, consistent with the state ethical rules, if COD were to agree to waive it, I would prefer to serve the city, yes.
Okay. So as a result of COD not so far being willing to issue that waiver, we're considering spending up to $500,000, hopefully nowhere near that much on legal fees. And so, I really appreciate Dr. Garcia's comments that she really wants to work with us and cooperate with us. So I would just request, I support moving forward with this, but I request that we try one more outreach to them to see if they'll agree to a waiver, because if we're going to work together, having our own city attorney and not having to hire outside counsel would, in my view, be preferable. But I do support this, and would like to make the motion pending further discussion, of course. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So there's a motion made. Is there a second? I'll make this. I'll second the motion. Is there further discussion? Councilmember Woods.
I would be in support of the motion. I'm wondering if we can't go back and one more time ask College of the Desert about the opportunity to waive the conflict of interest.
Yeah, and I would make that part of the motion but that we don't delay moving this forward in the meantime. But I would add that to the motion.
Thank you. So we're paying by hour, is that right? And so we could approve this agreement to hire outside counsel and then do a dual track of asking College of the Desert to agree to a conflict waiver so we can use our city attorney that we already use city funds to pay for. Is that right, city attorney?
Yes, the proposed contract would be an hourly basis.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so the city attorney of Coachella is the same one as the attorney for the College of the Desert?
He provides a board counsel services to the College of the Desert. It's my understanding that the College of the Desert uses Best and Krieger for board governance and attends board meetings and provides that type of service. The COD also, as I understand it, uses other law firms for specialized areas such as real estate, labor, et cetera.
Thank you. So I support the motion. It's really sort of upsetting to have to use taxpayer dollars to just find out what's happening to our taxpayer dollars in College of the Desert and the bond funds that have been passed so far. So we would very much like to save those taxpayer dollars and be thoughtful and conservative in using them. So I appreciate everyone's work on this and look forward to hiring outside counsel and moving forward. Any further discussion before we vote on the item? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So the last consent calendar item pulled for separate discussion is item 1K, Orchid Tree and Amendment Number 1 to amended and restated operations covenant. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton pulled this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This project has been one that's been with us for a very long time. And I remember being a part of the Planning Commission when it first came before us in the Planning Commission way too many years ago. And there have been issues that have emerged as a result of COVID-19 and delays that's created. But I'd like to ask staff to go over for us what the terms are of this proposed agreement that would push out the completion of this project until early 2025, which it is a struggle to agree to a timeline that is going to last that long.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, I was distracted. Would you mind repeating that question? I apologize.
Not a problem. We've all got a lot going on. Could you go through an overview of the terms of this new agreement? And most particularly since the timeline now calls for a completion that is pushed back to April of 2025. What are the milestones within the agreement? What are the firm fixed initiatives that have to be undertaken and that we can validate early in this project to get some reassurance that in fact this time we are heading in a direction towards completion?
Yes, so Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, some of the key aspects of this amendment to provide more certainty and more regular check-ins and milestones are more regular updates from the developer with regard to the development of the plans and specifications. So we have nearly monthly update requirements from the developer to provide 30%, 60%, and then substantially complete, which is 80% completion of the plans and specifications. The 30% is due within 2 days following the execution of this agreement. The 60% is due February 1st, 2022, and then the 80% is due June 15th of 2022. More significantly, this amendment provides for the demolition by the property owner of some of the non-historic structures which are contributing to blight and sort of an attractive nuisance. And so the developer is required under this amendment to provide or obtain a demolition permit by February of 2022 and then have those non-historic structures demolished by May 1st of 2022. Finally, and I should add that staff believes that would provide a significant benefit to the neighborhood since a good portion of the property is non-historic. And again, those non-historic structures are contributing to the nuisance and the blight in the neighborhood. Finally, this agreement provides for a more objective third-party verification of the final steps of the development project, which is once all of the plans and drawings are completed and the developer goes to get a building permit, the developer is obligated to obtain a third-party report from a verified vendor that provides these types of reports for hospitality development projects. The developer is required to get that report, and then if the developer seeks to assert a force majeure at the end of this process, when building permits are required, they would provide that report to the city. And if that report demonstrates that it's not commercially reasonably feasible to go forward with the project, then they would be able to assert a force majeure. However, if that force majeure lasts more than 1 year, this agreement provides that the city council would be able to cancel the TOT agreement and both of the parties would start from square one. Those are some of the milestones. So more regular check-ins with the plans and specifications, removal of the non-historic structures, and a third-party verification of any force majeure at the development stage.
So the removal of the non-historic structures, that's to be completed by May of 2022?
Correct.
And if it's not complete by May of 2022, what does that do to the remainder of the agreement that we have?
If the developer does not complete any of the milestones, including the demolition of the non-historic structures, that would give the city cause to terminate the agreement. We would go through the notice and breach provision, and we could terminate the agreement.
And what would be the earliest date that we would be able to do that if those buildings are not demolished?
I think staff is going to be monitoring closely the developer's obligations under these milestones. So I think we'd probably be to the council in the first, maybe second meeting in May to get that direction.
The site has been one that has been frequented by numerous individuals that are unhoused, used on a regular and frequent basis for drug dealing and for individuals to get high and use illegal drugs on the premises. There's not been security on site. What additional security measures are called for in this agreement?
Good question, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. This agreement also specifies that the property owner is required to have monitoring on site not 24/7, but from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So on-site personal monitoring essentially at night, as well as cameras that will be directed at areas that are of concern.
So 7 days a week from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., there's to be someone on site.
Correct.
And that individual will be a licensed security guard?
It requires a security guard service. Let me see if it, they would have to have city licensing. It doesn't specify that it has to be otherwise professional security guard, but if that's an issue or concern for council, we could certainly clarify that.
I think we do need to be clear that that's the case. So, one of the really difficult issues in this is that there have been so many delays that the credibility of this project is now very much an issue within the community. And most people I talk to who are neighbors of the project, who were originally excited and supportive of the project, begin their conversations with me now. You know, this is never going to get done. And that's a really tough place to be in when over and over again, that is how conversations begin on this project. So I see some advantage to working with the developer to get these non-historic buildings demolished. I certainly see advantage to having 12-hour per day, or actually per evening, on-site security, improved fencing. But I'm still struggling to be convinced that this project is in fact going to happen. And I'll smile as I say this, but the milestone of June 15, 2022, when they're to submit plans, is a date I'll actually be easy for me to remember. It'll be my 70th birthday. I will be a bit surprised to see those plans there on that date. And with that, I'll let my colleagues speak, and I know Mr. Weintraub will want to have an opportunity to speak as well.
Councilmember Corus.
Well, thank you for all of your comments, which I agree with. Mayor Pro Tem, I don't want to say this is the last chance, since we've been saying that for years. I appreciate all staff's work on this. And obviously, we want to get this done, and the security and removing the non-conform historic buildings needs to happen. I do have some issue with some of the language where this can get delayed further if there's a professional third-party verification of resort market conditions that might support the developer's position that the lending market would not reasonably permit the construction of a hotel. So the last time this came to us, we narrowed the force majeure considerably. And I'm fine with this provision, but it needs to be a professional third-party verification, which I believe we pick who that person is. I want to make that clear, that fully supports a position that the lending market will not, despite best efforts by the developer, permit the construction of the hotel. It has to be a lot stronger, given the history we have had on this project, in my view. So I'd like to see that really changed, where it's not an out unless they can prove best efforts and the total inability to get financing. We know the Thompson, which is a high-end brand, is back in construction. So I have a hard time with the argument that there's no financing available. And I'm fine with us picking a professional third party, someone to verify it, but it needs to be a lot stronger in what they're verifying. Because if there are best efforts and there is any possibility to get financing, they shouldn't get an excuse. So I don't know if you have some language you can come up with, or if we can just give you direction, but I'd like to add that to any motion to move this forward. Thank you, Mayor.
So Councilmember Coors and the rest of the council, there are a couple of places that we could put in a clause referencing that the development could not occur despite owner's best efforts. The amendment as drafted currently provides that the third party would be mutually agreed upon by the owner and the city. If the council's preference is that it only be selected by the city, I could draft that, and we could, when the developer comes on, we could see if they would be agreeable to that.
I'm okay as long as they agree to someone. We can reach an agreement. If we can't, then I think we need to be able to hire someone. I just don't want that to hold up this moving forward. That's all.
Thank you. So that sounded like a motion.
Sure.
Is there a second?
And I would remind the council that Mr. Weintraub and his representative, Jake Jessen, are available if the council has any questions. I don't know if they want to speak, but I know they made themselves available.
Thank you. First, there's a motion. Is there a second? Or does council want to hear from the developer? I don't think we need to. Okay, Councilmember Woods. You're muted, Councilmember.
I don't want to second yet, but I have, I want to get in a little bit into the weeds. Just saying putting up a camera doesn't mean a whole lot to me. Is that camera allow you to see night? Is it recorded for 30 days? Do our police department have access to it when necessary? Who monitors it? I think we really need, because of the nefarious activities occurring at the site, we need to have specifics in an agreement about some of that. I would ask the city attorney, are those specifics there, or can we add those specifics?
So Councilmember Woods, the agreement provides that the video surveillance system will be as approved by the chief of police, that it will provide 24-hour coverage of the property in the form of video and still images triggered by motion. It provides that the data captured on the cameras will be evaluated weekly by the owner, and if there's evidence of trespass or damage, the footage needs to be evaluated by the owner. And it also provides that, yes, if we ask for, if the city asks for the ability to review the footage, that we're allowed to do so.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
I did it. There's a motion and I will second it. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 3A, consideration of an ordinance amending the Palm Springs Municipal Code relating to waste disposal and diversion. If we can have a staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I would like to introduce our speaker from CalRecycle. Julie Trueblood is here with us, and she is going to deliver the first part of this presentation to give you and the members at home, or the public at home, an overview of SB 1383. We've talked about it a few times, but it doesn't hurt to talk about it again because there is so much to it. So if Julie is on the line, I will turn it over to her. Is she with us?
On the line.
Oh, there she is.
Hi, Julie. Welcome. You're live with the City Council and the public. So if you could please mute or close where you are watching the meeting, because there is a delay. Otherwise, there'll be an echo. And then you can go ahead and proceed with your presentation.
Okay. And Patrick, you're going to click through the slides?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for inviting us to present on 1383. As Patrick said, my name is Julie Trueblood, and I'm the city's local assistance team member at CalRecycle. In the interest of time, the presentation provides a high-level overview of the requirements for compliance for 1383. Next slide. So why is 1383 so important? Organic waste comprises half of CalRecycle's disposed waste stream. Food waste comprises 13% of the state's disposed waste. This is happening while so many Californians go hungry every night. Next slide. Another reason that this is so important.
Julie, I think your microphone is touching your paper. If you could stop that.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Another reason this is so important is the fight against climate change. SB 1383 passed in 2016 as part of California's larger strategy to combat climate change. This law was designed to reduce global warming super pollutants like methane, which is up to 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Landfills are one of the 3 largest producers of methane in the state. When organic material breaks down in the landfill, methane is generated. So we need to move away from landfilling organic waste like food, paper, and yard waste. Next slide. SB 1383 has a statewide target that requires California to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% and increase edible food recovery by 20% by 2025. Organic waste is defined broadly in the regs and includes food waste, paper, cardboard, green waste, organic textiles and carpet, lumber, wood, biosolids, digestate, manure, and sludges. CalRecycle has been collaborating with jurisdictions and other stakeholders over the past 3.5 years to complete the regulations that were final as of last November and take effect January 1. Next slide. There are many benefits if we successfully implement California's super pollutant reduction strategy, including environmental benefits such as improved air quality and less landfilled waste, providing millions of meals to Californians without enough to eat, and creating thousands of new green jobs. Next slide. Here are some of the key implementation dates throughout the rulemaking process. The most important dates to note are that the regulations go into effect this January. This means that starting then, jurisdictions are required to have their programs in place. Then by 2024, jurisdictions will be required to take enforcement against non-compliant entities. Next slide. This slide provides a brief overview of the program requirements that jurisdictions will be required to adequately staff and resource. We will cover some of these requirements in the next few slides. Jurisdictions will be required to provide organic waste collection services to all residents and businesses. The regulations standardize container colors across the state. Jurisdictions or their hauler must monitor containers for contamination. Jurisdictions can issue 3 types of waivers to generators: de minimis, physical space, and collection frequency. Next slide. SB 1383 extends beyond your waste management and recycling operations staff. This slide shows that every department within local government will be affected and have a role to play. Each department will need to understand how SB 1383 impacts their work. Jurisdictions should be thinking and planning for the staffing they will need, what responsibilities department staff will have, and whether they will contract with other entities such as environmental health or consultants. Next slide. Jurisdictions are responsible to implement edible food recovery programs in their communities. This includes providing education and outreach, assessing capacity of existing edible food recovery, and expanding existing infrastructures if necessary to meet the needs of commercial edible food generators that are located in the city. And also conducting inspections of commercial edible food generators and food recovery organizations. Next slide. Okay, by January 1, jurisdictions are required to have an enforcement mechanism or ordinance in place, which is what we're talking about tonight. Between 2022 and December 2023, jurisdictions need to identify businesses in violation of regulatory requirements and provide educational material to those generators. By January 2024, jurisdictions must take progressive enforcement action against organic waste generators that are not in compliance. An early and robust education program will minimize the amount of enforcement action needed. Also, if the city is automatically providing service to its residents and commercial businesses, this further minimizes the need for enforcement actions. Next slide. Okay, so CalRecycle will be evaluating a jurisdiction's compliance and will be establishing a process for conducting jurisdiction compliance evaluations. The recently passed SB 619 allows jurisdictions which do not have parts of 1383 in place by this January to submit a notification of intent to comply. This needs to be submitted by March 1 and would include timelines for compliance. Next slide. CalRecycle is helping jurisdictions in a number of ways, including these 4 model tools, which include a model franchise agreement, the mandatory organics disposal reduction ordinance, organic waste product procurement policy, model food recovery agreement, and if there's anything else that we can help out with, just let us know. Next slide. Finally, I'd like to mention that as part of the governor's $15 billion climate package, CalRecycle was provided $105 million for organic infrastructure grants and $60 million for grants to local jurisdictions to assist in the implementation of SB 1383. This funding is great news for facilities and jurisdictions in California. Next slide. Okay, so let's see, make sure I'm on the same slide as you. Yeah. Okay. So Palm Springs has been very active in researching and planning for the best way to implement SB 1383. And the needed resources are being planned for and allocated, and the city seems to be on track with its required ordinance. The city is also, as far as I understand, researching and connecting with edible food generators and food banks, an important piece of this law. So thank you very much for including us in tonight's council meeting. That's all that I have.
Thank you so much for.
Yep, thank you, Julie. And just to provide council with just a quick overview of the couple of things that are in the proposed ordinance that reflect what Julie mentioned. Of course, we included in the ordinance the expanded service requirement to include 3 bins, 3 streams, requires new colored containers, includes new requirements for edible food recovery facilities, and expands inspection and enforcement. One change in the ordinance that I wanted to call council's attention to that I forgot to include in the staff report is a change that is unrelated to SB 1383, but in response to requests that we received from members of the public. So as part of the original ordinance, residents needed to wait for 12 months if their property was vacant in order to remove their waste disposal fee. So their property had to be vacant for 12 months, and then they could apply for a relief from their solid waste fees. In response to some of the comments that we received from the public, we have proposed reducing this time frame to 6 months of vacancy, and then people could apply for a reprieve from their solid waste fees. And so that is in section 6.04310C. So I did want to call that to your attention as another change that's included in the ordinance. And then there are only minor changes to some of the other parts of the ordinance which were not significantly affected by SB 1383. We worked with BBK attorneys, and I believe that Joanna Jin is going to be joining us as well to field any questions you may have. We used a lot of the template language that was provided by CalRecycle to ensure that our ordinance tracked with the kinds of things that they are looking for in an ordinance. We reviewed other cities' ordinances to see some other examples, and we did hold a couple of workshops for multifamily properties and for food vendors, where we talked about some of these requirements and tried to prepare folks for what's coming. So we did do a little bit outreach on these requirements prior to the ordinance development. So that's all I have as by way of introduction, and I am happy to answer questions, and Julie will stay with us as well if you have any questions for CalRecycle. And if you guys want to include Joanna Jin on the screen as well, she can. She's our BBK attorney, and happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much for the staff reports, and thank you to Julie for being here with us and for that presentation from CalRecycle. Questions on the staff report? I see Councilmember Garner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for this information. One thing that I know we've been getting a lot of requests from the community and discussion from the community about community composting, and so I just wanted to see if someone could kind of walk us through the process of how that intersects with all of this, and give the public and us a better sense of how we can implement a program like that in our city.
Sure. So a couple of points. So one is that the ordinance allows for community composting. So that is certainly an activity that could be accommodated under the current ordinance. There are some things that the community compost facility would have to do as part of operations. So they would have to get some sort of a permit from the city, as has been required as part of our ordinance for a while in terms of any diversion facility would have to get some sort of a permit to operate. It would also have to participate with us in some sort of capacity planning so that we could understand how much material they could potentially process for us. So those are the kinds of things that might be required of them if we had an operation going. And for the most part, I think those are the kinds of stipulations that are in the in the ordinance itself. In terms of getting an operation up and running, of course, we would need to identify a location, which we are in the process of working through. And then we would have to probably modify that location to accommodate the needs of that operation. And then, of course, it could begin to operate. So.
Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate it. I know that a lot of things that are in our city, it takes longer than we think to actually be able to implement a lot of things. Mm-hmm. And I know that there's been a lot of discussion. So I just wanted to make sure that that was kind of laid out for everyone as we move forward. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much. I have a follow-up question. So thank you for including the CalRecycle template language about allowing community composting. Really appreciate that, and appreciate the residents who are engaged in planning for community composting, which is just so exciting as I've watched and tried to have a place to compost our organic waste in Palm Springs for almost 10 years. So the ordinance only allows community composting without charge. So could you describe that, please, and the reasoning behind that? And could the ordinance, I understand we have a franchise agreement, but could our ordinance allow, why is our ordinance not allowing community composting to charge for their services so that they can have a business plan? Wouldn't we want to allow that at least as an option in the ordinance, even if the franchise agreement doesn't?
So I believe that the way that the ordinance is worded is that the franchisee is the person that is basically responsible for implementing the hauling program for the city. And I am not sure, let's see.
Yeah, so on page 3A-25, section 6.04.250, it says, notwithstanding the foregoing, this section does not prohibit the collection for delivering to a community composting site without charge. And I was just wondering if we do want to allow it at some point for a fee.
So I guess that would be council's preference. If you would like to remove that, you potentially could. Then we would have to negotiate that as part of the franchise renegotiation as well.
And council member, I could add to that. The city wouldn't want to have a conflict with the franchise agreement, because if it were to allow, under the franchise agreement, the hauler has an exclusive right to collect trash, recyclables, and organic waste for a fee. So that means that no one else can do that unless the franchise agreement is amended. And so that goes to Patrick's comment about the franchise agreement amendment.
That's, by the way, why I wanted to do those things together, because now we can't change that, right? Unless we bring it back.
No, the franchise agreement hasn't come to the city yet. So we, if you were to change that here in the ordinance, then we would have to negotiate that in the franchise agreement, which comes later.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
And a quick comment, just to acknowledge that community composting is definitely an important piece of this whole thing. What they're saying about franchise agreements, that's very common across the whole state. That's usually how it works, that it's negotiated in where nobody else can charge for the material. They could give it away. But the franchisee is the one who has rights to the material.
Just seems like a weird system if we want to incentivize nonprofits or other community groups doing this work and then covering their costs. That's just something, I have a block of understanding why we would disincentivize that. But I understand that we're an existing exclusive use franchise agreement.
And we do have grants. Some of those that I was talking about, those are for community composters also. And I think Palm Springs may have, did they, Patrick, already get some?
Right.
Yes, they have. And I would also add that there are a variety of ways, as a CalRecycle representative that we met with mentioned, for community compost activities to earn money to support their services, including getting potentially money from the city directly for their operations. So there are a variety of other things that they can do.
And Mayor, if it's okay, sorry I'm jumping in. I know I'm not in the room and people can't see me, but I just want to clarify too that I think sometimes it gets confused that the exclusive nature of franchise agreements is a benefit to the entity with whom we have the agreement, right? That it's for Palm Springs Disposal, but it's really not. The reason we generally have, and most communities have, exclusive franchises for utilities, including things like waste hauling, is for the cost efficiency to the ratepayer. And that's similarly why staff would generally say there are better ways to support community composting than a carve out from the franchise agreement. Because ultimately, if the one truck going down the road is servicing every home, it costs a certain amount. If some unknown number of residents are opted out of that system, it forces Palm Springs Disposal to hedge and put an unknown number of opt-outs on the backs of the rest of the ratepayers. So it's not at all about protecting Palm Springs Disposal. It is about protecting ratepayers. For that reason, giving exclusivity to Palm Springs Disposal to keep the rates low and finding another way to financially support community composting might be the best balance of all worlds. We could still make it free for someone to use community composting by subsidizing the entire operation if that were council's desire, but still get the cost efficiency of an exclusive franchise for the remaining ratepayers who don't opt into that system. So I just want to clarify that some people might hear that conversation as we're protecting the interests of Palm Springs Disposal or any other agency with whom we have a franchise agreement, and that's not it. It's about cost effectiveness and efficiency for ratepayers.
Thank you. And it's also a debate. Thank you for that clarification. It's also a debate about having public utilities and private ones, right? And so it's like the conversation with the community, a CCA, community choice aggregation, right? Where the proceeds go back into the community to community organization versus a for-profit company.
Absolutely. In fact, I've worked for communities in all systems. Ones that self-provide these kinds of services, one that contracts with an exclusive franchise, and open market systems. I can tell you that there are efficiencies with public, there are efficiencies with private as well. All systems have some pros and cons, and generally the impact is felt most by the ratepayers, right? It's so absolutely.
Thank you. I think that's, I know Palm Springs Disposal does a great job, but I think that's, with an exclusive franchise agreement, that's what I'm having a hard time understanding, that we're not incentivizing competition and we're not incentivizing other organizations. We're actually preventing them from doing this work. And it seems like we might be allowed to or able to allow a minimal exception for participants to participate in community composting. Though I understand with SB 1383, we have to ensure everyone is complying, and then that is in some enforcement issues. So I agree with what you just proposed, is subsidizing community composting and continuing with the franchise agreement. I think my question was just, does this ordinance have to disallow community composting from charging if we change the franchise agreement in 5 years or the business model change? We don't know where we're going to be with our waste in 5 or 10 years. It's very scary to us who are watching that, right? So that was my question. Why disallow it in the ordinance?
Right, and as it was mentioned earlier, the route might be that insofar as we have an exclusive franchise, we have agreement with our ordinance. But you're right, if we wanted to change that now, a good place to start might be the ordinance, or if it's changed later, we could also change the ordinance and amend it to make sure that it's no longer in conflict. But absolutely, that's a broader conversation about our approach to this kind of a program and how we incent any of the kinds of outcomes we want to see with good public policy.
Right. This ordinance is setting a framework for the next 15 years. So if it is disallowing that, then we have to go and change it.
So just to be clear also that this is an amendment to our current ordinance and would amend the current franchise agreement, which is in place and would be in place for just the next 7 years. So it is going to be up for recompete in 7 years, not 15. So that's something to keep in mind as well.
Sure, I was just saying in general, right, as we talk about waste for the next 15 years, the city very rarely updates this ordinance. When was the last time we updated this ordinance, right? So I wasn't talking about the amount of the time, but thank you, Patrick. Other comments or questions from council members?
And could I could also suggest that if you do wish to strike the words without charge, that would be fine. Even with the exclusive franchise agreement, right now, a community composting site would not be able to charge. So that should be fine if you do wish to strike the words without charge from that section.
Thank you. That's what I think we should do. And then we can decide that in the future with the franchise agreement. Thank you. Other questions or comments from council? Councilmember Woods.
I don't know if I've been supportive of that because, the vehicle miles, we're having later on, we have greenhouse gas emissions coming up and whatnot. And if we have 5 haulers going around collecting green waste, we are increasing vehicle miles traveled. And we've seen the forthcoming staff report that basically that's one of our biggest greenhouse gas emissions is vehicles. And so I'm more in keeping what the language currently is.
Thanks. And it wouldn't change the exclusive use of our franchise agreement. We still are allowing community composting based on CalRecycle's recommended language. So the with charge just allows community composting to potentially in the future, if there's not an exclusive use or we do figure out a way to fund it, that would allow that if the franchise agreement changes, right, Joanna?
That is correct. It is only about whether the community composting operator would be able to charge for the transportation of the materials to its facility, to and from its facility.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I share the concerns of Councilmember Woods. SB 1383 is going to be extremely difficult to implement, and I truly appreciate all of the work that's going into this. But this is a significant change for a very large number of our residents. And consistency as we start out on this is something that I think is going to be really important to have as even an understanding of what the processes are going to be as possible. And I know there are many within community composting for whom this is absolutely nothing new. They have been doing really good work for an extremely long period of time. And there's nothing in this bill that prevents them from continuing to do the kinds of efforts that they have. But I would encourage us to move carefully and slowly and consistently. And I don't think we can do that if we start by providing multiple different options for people to go through that has the sense that it has been authorized or directed by the city. I think we should start with the one hauler that we are working with, who hauls all of our trash. And as people get more familiar with this, perhaps we can branch out. But no one should underestimate the confusion that is going to exist on the part of numerous residents on the first day that this goes into effect.
Councilmember Kors.
Thank you. And so Now I'm a little confused again. I was confused, unconfused, reconfused. For our city attorney on this, Ms. Chin, the change that I understood Mayor Holstead was making would not necessarily allow anything, right? We still have to take further action. It just doesn't foreclose it if we want to go there in the future. Is that correct?
That is correct. It wouldn't impact the ability of someone to take their own organic waste to a composting site, and it wouldn't impact the current practice of a community composting operator to collect the materials right now without charge. So that is the current requirement. The striking of the words without charge is to allow for any opportunity by council in the future to make any changes to the franchise agreement without having to further amend this ordinance and this section. So for example, if this ordinance were passed right now and adopted as is with the words without charge, a community composting site would not be able to charge for the transportation of organic materials to its facility. If the franchise agreement were to be later amended to allow for community composting facilities to charge for transportation of organic materials, what council would have to do is then bring back another ordinance to amend section 6.04.250 to strike the words without charge.
Okay. And can we change the franchise agreement language on this before, if the franchisee doesn't agree to it before this comes back to us for competitive bid in 7 years?
Well, the striking without charge, it wouldn't impact what happens with the franchise agreement. So if there is a franchise agreement that prohibits anyone else from collecting for the transportation of organic waste, that's fine. You don't need to have that in the ordinance in order to enforce that. So that's still allowable. If council still decided to have an exclusive franchise agreement where no one else can charge for organic waste, it can still do that for as long as it wants. And the community composting facility would not be able to charge. If council wants to change that later, it could go ahead and do that as well.
But only with an agreement, right?
With only an agreement, that is correct.
So, I mean, because I really do appreciate both the complexity and, we want less miles driven, including by people who want to bring it somewhere on their own. But we can't prevent that, right?
Right.
Regardless. So I'm not sure that all this change means is if we want to do that something down the road and the franchisee agrees, or when this goes back out to bid in 7 years, we don't have to amend the ordinance again, right?
Correct. It wouldn't change the emissions.
Thank you. Okay, that helps.
Thank you. I really appreciate that explanation, and thank you, Councilmember Kors. I wasn't proposing any other changes other than allowing for a future in 7 years or 15 years, whatever it looks like, that we could allow community composting to charge, and that's what I think the future will be. But that will be up for future councils.
We can all electric cars, and we won't be hurting the environment in the process. Potentially.
Thank you. I'm sorry to take us down such a rabbit hole.
No, that's
a minor issue compared with how important this program is. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you for your help. Councilmember Garner.
Yeah, I think that this is great, and I'd like to make a motion to move forward with this, with that change from the mayor. I think as well, the idea of community composting is that people would ideally not have to get in their cars because they'd be able to walk to these sites as well. So anyway, again, I think this is really just making it easier for us to move forward in the future, and doesn't hurt us now. So it's really just a win-win to kind of remove those two little words. Doesn't really change much for us right now. So I'd like to make a motion to move forward with this ordinance.
I'll second.
Thank you. So there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? or questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, I just want to be very clear, make sure I understand. So as this starts, we will be using exclusively the Palm Springs disposal system, and we are making it possible at some future date to authorize community composting to charge for pickup and delivery. Am I correct?
Right, but because there's a franchise agreement that's in place that prohibits that, the only way that that could occur is if the franchise is amended.
And we are not doing that now.
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Woods.
A question for the attorney. Is the last sentence even necessary? You know, barring the two words, is the last sentence even necessary then? Starting with notwithstanding the foregoing.
No, it's not, but it would clarify that individuals could transport their materials to a community composting facility. It's more of it was inserted to clarify that opportunity for the waste generators to have their organic waste brought to an organic composting facility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a question, if I can, about green waste and landscaping. So I saw that there was information about if people hire landscapers, and it sounds like in some of my conversations, like on the Public Safety Committee for CVAG, we've talked about a lot of illegal dumping, especially of yard trimmings and things like that in the desert. And so I'm concerned about how much of our green waste is actually going in those bins and actually now will be hauled versus a system where people who have landscapers, they're collecting it. I've represented a lot of landscapers in my career as an attorney, right? And then the landscapers take it to the dump themselves. So could you talk a little bit about the rule, how this contemplates green waste, and which I know we already collect now, but how we could do, it might be a question for Patrick or for Julie too, an educational campaign, both in English and Spanish, both to residents and then people who work in the gardening industry in the city of Palm Springs, so that we are collecting all of that green waste and people understand the current framework when this applies.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And that gets to, it really articulates well a concern that I have had with this as well. And that I believe that in addition to the public outreach campaign to residents, I believe that a transformative conversation needs to happen with landscapers for two reasons. So one is because every resident will now have a green bin that could accommodate green waste, they should be filling those bins first before taking material anywhere. And so that is a message we want to hit home really strong, really hard as soon as people get those carts. And it will help prevent some of the illegal dumping that you're talking about. The other thing is that I believe that we need to have a transformative conversation with gardeners generally about a number of issues, including leaf blower issues, green waste management, and step up our enforcement of illegal dumping. And so I think that is something else that we should be looking into in the coming year to accompany that, because I completely agree that I do have a concern as well that we don't know where all of these trucks are going. We don't have the staff to follow everyone. And so we want to make sure that it's going to the right place. Now, under the ordinance, there is also an enhanced requirement for people that use gardeners, at least on the commercial side, to maintain those records and to demonstrate that their material is going to the right place. And so we've had that in place for a while, but again, we just recently modified our ordinance last fall to add an enforcement component to that. So under this, that will very much be part of our enforcement and record keeping activities to monitor that that material is going to the right place through that sort of a system as well.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And thank you to Patrick for your leadership on that. I think that's really important. So, and then the enforcement, does that go on the homeowner who might be, you know, ultimately in charge of where their green waste goes and not on the workers?
So it may come into play in two ways. And so the first, it could go could be applied directly to the hauler itself, because the hauler is required to take that material to a licensed facility. So if they did not do that, then they would certainly be subject to enforcement. The other thing is if the homeowner or the commercial business ends up not tracking that material properly or ends up contaminating their other material with that green waste, then they could be subject to enforcement as well. So again, it just depends on what the nature is of that activity and who might be responsible for that activity. But generally speaking, if the hauler is taking it to an illegal place, then they would be subject to enforcement.
In a landscaping company with a truck bed who has then the green waste in the truck bed, they would be considered a hauler?
Yes, so they would be the ones, like it says in here, that they are responsible for taking that material to the appropriate facility.
Thanks. I agree with you that I know the city has, it says that we'll do education outreach campaigns. So I very much think that needs to include, like you said, a transformative, inclusive conversation with the gardening industry about how to, you know, best work together to make sure that the green waste is accounted for and we, you know, protect everyone's health.
Yeah, I agree.
Cool. Thank you. Any other further discussion? Councilmember Woods.
So by changing the last word, it sounds like we're doing it without charge. Basically, we could have composting sites set up more locally that could be competitive for dumping the green waste, the yard waste in particular, that could compete with the more regional entities that are out there. Meaning we might reduce. I'm sorry, we might reduce vehicle miles traveled. If there was something local and the price was competitive, they could actually dump their green waste with a community composting site. Is that what I'm understanding?
So sorry, council member. Just to be clear, the community compost sites generally don't want the yard waste. They want the food waste. So they do use some other kind of brown material basically to assist with the composting process. But generally speaking, they're interested in that food waste.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, community composting without charge is allowed under this ordinance and also allowed under CalRecycle's model language and ordinance. It's just the debate over whether they can charge or not, which isn't allowed under a franchise agreement, right?
Yes.
Yes, and just to be clear, it's only the hauling fee. They can charge for the service, they can charge for their product, they could charge for a variety of things, but they just can't charge for hauling.
I see. Thank you to Patrick and Julie and Joanna for all of your work on this. It's very complicated. We appreciate it. Any other questions or comments from council before we vote on the motion to approve with that small amendment? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0, and I'll read the ordinance title, which is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, amending Chapter 6.04 of the Palm Springs Municipal Code relating to waste disposal and diversion. Thank you.
Thank you. Would council like to take a break before we go to the next item? So we will take a 10-minute recess and come back at 8:50. go ahead and begin. We will come back from recess, and the next item on the agenda, since it's 9 o'clock, is we will do public comment on non-agenda items. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the city council on items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Although the city council values your comments pursuant to the Brown Act, it generally cannot take any action on items not listed on the agenda. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. City clerk, if you could please begin contacting speakers by telephone.
You're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. And if you could begin by stating your name.
Yes, my name is Castulo Estrada. Good evening, Council. My name is Castulo Estrada. I'm here to comment on the conversation regarding the College of the Desert and their proposed projects. Just wanted to emphasize that the text on the bond proposition listed the following projects as authorized to be financed through the bond. That was the Palm Desert campus, the Indio campus, the East Valley campus, the West Valley campus. Those are the projects listed on the actual bond language. Wanted to remind the council and the viewers that we also have an unfinished campus in the East Valley in Mecca, a farm working community. This campus was proposed as early as 2007. It was proposed to be a 7,500 student campus. It didn't turn into much. It's still just a few temporary trailer buildings on septic tanks. So another unfinished campus. So in general, I agree with Councilmember Kors to take a look at all proposed projects, not make it about a West-East Valley issue. We are all contributing taxpayers. Let's work together in good faith. The East Valley deserves a real campus, as much as any other community. So let's make sure that the funding is being distributed in an equitable manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that does conclude public comment. We had one other speaker, Mr. Paul Merritt. I've attempted to reach him twice. Perhaps since he spoke earlier, he provided all his comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we apologize to Mr. Estrada for misclassifying your public comment because very much appreciate your comments, and I would like to respond. And so I apologize that we put you in at this time instead of at the beginning of the meeting. So thank you for calling in, and we appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is item 4A, discussion of current, planned, and potential additional actions to mitigate climate change and adapt to climate impacts. If we can have a staff report, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Before I get to the presentation, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to the kids in action at the Roosevelt Elementary School in Indio who are participating in the U.S. Green Building Council's Building Learners program. I was meeting with them today, and just a reminder that we are having this conversation not really for ourselves, but rather for those future generations. So what I'd like to talk to you today about is the climate change and related activities that we're working on and that we have planned. As you all know, we are in a climate crisis, and you can't really turn on the news without hearing it. And unfortunately, a lot of the word out of the recent COP26 meetings were a lot of talk and not as much action as people would have hoped. So the goals of our discussion today are to provide you and members of the public with a little bit more information about current and planned actions to address climate change, get some high-level feedback from council on scope and direction, and get input on a few specific items that we had for your consideration. I would remind folks that the Climate Action Roadmap is a work in progress and provides a snapshot of what we know today and areas that will need further research. And we did make just a couple of minor modifications to the staff report and to the Climate Action Roadmap based on some of the comments that we received last time about open space. So those additions have been made as well. Just a reminder that some of the past actions that we've taken are to install solar arrays at our wastewater treatment plant and at the convention center that offset a lot of the power use from those facilities. Developing a solar policy and solar zoning ordinance before it was required. Requiring installation of EV chargers for certain commercial developments, which was something that we passed last year. And of course, and probably most importantly, move to desert community energy with a 100% carbon-free default plan. We have some specific goals related to greenhouse gas reduction. The first was a 2020 goal to get down to 1990 levels, which we recently achieved. Achieve carbon neutrality for municipal emissions by 2030, so that's kind of one of the next ones on our horizon, as well as reducing greenhouse gas emissions at least another 40% by December 31st of 2030 as well. And then a longer-term goal of 80% reduction by 2050. So those are pretty significant targets. And as you can see here, this is a chart that appears both in the roadmap and the staff report. We were able to achieve a lot of the reductions that we needed to achieve our 2020 goal through desert community energy. It saved us almost over 115,000 tons of carbon emissions as a result of our move to most residents to 100% carbon-free power. So we've made significant progress, but again, those goals that are out there in 2030 and 2050 are looming and they are significant. And so it will require significant action on our part to do more. So one point of feedback tonight is that council may want to consider is providing us with information or preference on setting new goals or more stringent targets. So that's something that we could discuss and consider at your direction. The other thing I wanted to highlight for folks was kind of key emissions to address. So these are our 2020 numbers, and they give you a sense that transportation is our most significant source of greenhouse gas emissions at over 53%. Then residential and commercial energy use is behind it at 37%, and then solid waste and then water and wastewater emissions are way behind there at about 5% each. So again, those are some of our most significant emissions that we need to address going forward. In terms of transportation, we have several ideas that are laid out in the roadmap, including increasing the number of electric vehicles. Again, if we were to achieve a 30% reduction, we would have a very significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions related to transportation. Certainly improving walkability and active transportation options such as biking is also something that could help offset our emissions. We would need to do a little bit more research to get to specifics of that for our community. And then reducing emissions within the city from transportation activities like providing electric shuttles and more shuttle buses so that people could maybe not rent a car when they come here. And then promoting more mass transit options for drive market visitors. So we get a lot of traffic from the larger cities on the coast, and it would be ideal if we could replace some of those car trips with more fuel-efficient modes of transportation, like perhaps clean natural gas buses or train transport. And so really for transportation, would love some feedback from council if they have any other ideas that they would like for our staff to consider on the transportation front that are maybe would help us further address transportation related emissions. In terms of buildings, we need to continue to hit hard on building-related emissions as well as transportation. We need to continue to support the 100% carbon-free energy options, whether it's through DCE or through any other provider such as SCE. Continue to offer home energy assessment rebates. We've had that program in place for a while now with pretty minimal adoption. But again, given that so much of the increased energy costs are because of increased energy use, we want to certainly provide ways for members of the public to take advantage of opportunities that they may have that they may not know about. Require 100%, and then the next three are things that we are considering and would like some specific feedback from council as to whether or not they would like for us to continue to pursue these ideas, because they will require some additional research and probably some consultant support to help make them happen. So the first is requiring home energy efficiency upgrades. So again, we have a proposal in there for certain homes of a certain age to, whenever they do home improvements at a certain level, that they would be required to implement some really cost-effective energy efficiency upgrades as well. The second thing is consideration of 100% carbon-free energy requirement for some commercial businesses. We had talked about this, and council had talked about this in the context of some of the cannabis facilities that are coming forward, that are being proposed to be built. Cannabis facilities in particular have a very high energy impact. And so originally when the Sustainability Commission was talking about this idea, it included all types of commercial facilities, not just cannabis. And so would love some feedback from council if they would like for us to pursue that full kind of commercial business approach, or just focus on cannabis facilities in particular. And then the last point that we're also considering is further investigating electrification options. And as outlined in the staff report and in the Climate Action Roadmap, we wanted to bring to your attention this opportunity to potentially move built structures to a more full electrification requirement. And we realize that this will require a lot of stakeholder engagement. I believe that some concerns were expressed last meeting by some members of the building community about people's desire for some gas hookups in their home. So would love some feedback from council on that front as well. Citywide emissions are basically a subset of the overall greenhouse gas emissions for the community. We did not do a specific citywide emissions inventory on this last round. And what we would like to do is do a citywide emissions inventory moving forward, because we need this information to help us understand what it's going to take to get to that carbon neutral goal that we have for 2030. Among those things that we would look into are fleet electrification, building use and renewable energy options, and of course the cogen facility and the wastewater treatment facility emissions. And any other areas that council may want us to look at. Finally, climate adaptation is an area that has not been given a lot of attention here by the city in the past. There is a vulnerability assessment that's being conducted as part of the general plan update. And so we hope to learn a lot from that vulnerability assessment and then identify opportunities to mitigate some of those vulnerabilities. But we do expect that we're going to see things like longer and hotter summers, extended drought, more intense wind and storm events that we will need to have a plan to address. And some of the actions that we could take into account are things like moving worker start times for outdoor workers to in the summer months so that they can take advantage of the cooler weather in the mornings. Having more specific response plans to these kinds of events that could lead to emergencies. Having more shade structures, so certainly trees are an option, but given drought concerns, we should be looking at other sorts of shade structures as well. And then, of course, enhancing insulation for buildings is another one that's going to be really important as temperatures rise on the outside. We need to make sure that there's a sufficient barrier to things happening on the inside. And again, any other things that Council may want us to look at on the climate adaptation front. So next steps. To conduct initial analyses, again, we highlight in that roadmap additional things that we need to look into, and we will, coming from this meeting, be developing a scope of work for our consultant to assist us in those analyses, to update the roadmap and also reflect those strategies in our strategic planning documents. I'm a big believer of less plans, more action, and so to the extent that we can consolidate plans and kind of integrate plans, I think the better off we will be, generally speaking. Continue to assess greenhouse gas emissions reduction. So again, we don't want to just do a one and done on the greenhouse gas emissions front. We really need to continue to monitor this and assess things going forward. 2020 was a really strange year, so we really need to do this in more regular time periods. So doing these at regular intervals is going to be important. And then bring specific ordinances back to council for their consideration as we get more direction and we get more information. So that's all I have for you, council members, and I'm happy to take your questions and comments and direction on this topic.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for the staff report, and thank you to the Sustainability Commission in particular, who really brought this forward and has been working on it and gave us a really clear roadmap and a lot of information. So first we have Councilmember Garner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Patrick, for that presentation. I have a bunch of little things. And I know that there was plenty of this stuff that I'm going to mention was also in this report, but obviously not every single detail can be presented to the public. One thing is when you're talking about the home improvement, and if you're doing a renovation or an upgrade, requiring energy efficiencies, I think that's great. I also want to see us create a weatherization program, something I've had discussions with the city manager about, and it's something that's really come to play lately in District 1 with Habitat for Humanity and assisting with a resident when replacing her roof and replacing some other much needed items. And especially in the northern part of the city, it gets really windy. And this is really, this is District 2 and District 1, right? It kind of, that whole northern part, it gets very, very windy. Which causes more dust particles to seep into our homes and causes higher rates of asthma and things like that. So I'd love to be able to see the city develop a robust weatherization program that can assist people of all income levels and replacing windows, and not just for energy efficiencies, but also for those health harming habit causes like dust. The other thing that I wanted to mention was green jobs. I know that there was and I'm forgetting the name, I always forget the name of this group, but they do solar panels, and they were specifically working with like low income folks to put solar panels on their homes. And it's this whole robust program. And the person who sent me this information is going to laugh at me because it's probably been sent to me a dozen times and I still forget the name. But I think that we should work with those types of groups to be able to address some of our needs, which could also, create some jobs for our city, as well as getting the necessary, green energy onto our roofs in a city as sunny as Palm Springs. The other that I think there's a lot of little things that we can do right away. Bike lanes, for instance. I was just sitting downtown recently, and someone was talking about how they really wish there was bike lanes on some of these bigger streets and just more frequently throughout our city. And I imagine that, and please staff correct me if I'm wrong, but I imagine that it's probably fairly easy to put bike lanes in because our streets are so wide. And so I think things like that would be really helpful to a lot of our bikers who are just nervous about biking because we have so many busy streets. And I think the same thing goes for shade and for transportation. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and I have discussed this briefly before, the need to put shade structures at all of our Sunline bus stops. I mean, I think this should be done throughout the valley, but certainly I think the city can take a lead in working with Sunline to put shade at all of our bus stops. And then also for us to get the buzz back and other things like that. There's no reason that anybody that comes to visit Palm Springs should have to get in their car other than when they're getting in their car to leave to go home. You know, all of our downtown, everything is condensed. And I think that we can use things like the buzz to connect the hotels that are a little further away from downtown and really create this downtown that is extremely walkable and encouraging tourists to walk. Because I think that's like the easiest corridor to do that with. And then of course it can be expanded over time for the rest of the city. So those are just some of the things I wanted to mention. Oh, and lastly is the working with making sure that this city and DWA are working hand in hand in terms of water reduction and gray water programs and desert landscape and things like that.
Thank you. I think this is such an important issue for our city to lead on. You know, we're on the front lines of climate change, on the climate crisis. We're experiencing that this summer, these past summers, with even just a degree or two change makes it inhospitable, uninhabitable to be outside. And we have so many people who rely on working outside. We just talking about gardeners and, other people who are working outside. And so I'm extremely concerned about the future of living here safely in the desert. And so I think what an opportunity the city of Palm Springs has been on the front lines of advocating for sustainability measures and response to the climate crisis for decades, really, thanks to our Sustainability Commission and staff and prior city councils. So I would like I agree with everything that Councilmember Garner said. I very much agree with what's written in the staff report about the actions that we can take now. And I think we need, one, to advocate a bold vision for a bold goal that we can achieve and then all work together for. So I very much would like to see us join the city of Irvine. They've created a climate moonshot strategy to become a carbon neutral city by 2030. And they have a cool city challenge that they're working with that says cities generate 70% of the planet's carbon footprint. And our residents generate 70% of those emissions through our daily lifestyle choices. And staff laid out the daily lifestyle choices. Driving. I drive to City Hall, though I live probably 2 miles away. It's a little bit too far to walk, which everything feels like in Palm Springs from where I live. It's a little too far to walk, but it does feel wasteful to walk, right? So those daily lifestyle choices that we're making or that city planning hasn't accommodated for, has put us in this position. So I very much would like to see us commit to bold vision and then detail a plan. I really like this roadmap about how to get there in those areas. So one, I would propose joining that city challenge and committing to becoming a carbon neutral city by 2030. I've also heard other topics that maybe should be included in our climate roadmap from residents and stakeholders and organizations. So one, we got asked by Oswett Land Trust to include a conservation commitment. I'm just learning from Paisley. They just hired a biologist, I think she is, or an environmental scientist, talking about the role of the desert and the biocrust to collect carbon and protecting that biocrust that's in parts of the desert that are in open space. We heard requests for urban greening, making sure that we have also shade and shade trees throughout our city. We have a ton of palm trees that don't provide shade, right? And it's hot to walk downtown or in our business districts. We got asked about conserving native vegetation, and protecting trees and talking about an urban forest management plan. So I just wanted to lift up some of those ideas that I heard from the community as well. But I would love the council tonight to commit to a bold vision and include that in this roadmap, because I think without that bold goal, it's going to be difficult to get there. Councilmember Kors.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I agree with the comments already made by Councilmember Garner. I wanted to make sure, we're addressing funding, but doing things like weatherization and all those pieces will really help us get there. And, if we can get there, I fully support your bold vision. I know there's funding out there. Irvine already got $1 million to make changes, and I think we can. One of the things Palm Springs has is for a city our size, we're known internationally. And so the ability to get grant funding to help us get there, I think could be critically important. I agree sort of with everything in the roadmap. I think to achieve those goals, we're going to need to do all of it. And the reality is, if we don't do it, as the mayor said, this is not a place people are going to be able to live all year. So back in 2017, before anyone else was on council other than me, so I just want to share it, we did pass a resolution that we committed to doing everything we could to meet the goals of the Paris Climate Treaty after our former president unilaterally pulled out of that treaty. I would like us to see us, as some other cities have done, declare a climate emergency in Palm Springs. There is one. I think we need to commit to take the action to address it. And we also need to focus on the climate gap, because lower income residents need support to be able to do a lot of things Councilmember Garner mentioned, right? The weatherization. Otherwise, and they're the ones, if they don't have the weatherization, can't be in their homes over the summer. They can't be in where they're living. So we need to help address that. We've had farm workers this summer die in this valley. It is outrageous. And temperature increase of 1 or 2 degrees Fahrenheit, let alone 4 or 5, as is predicted, will make this not a place people will be able to work for 3 or 4 months of the year, and means a place people are going to visit and will literally damage this city, the people who live here, the businesses that operate here in an immeasurable way. So I would like to see us bring back a climate emergency. Another thing I would like us to do is to include, when things are coming to us, whether it's a project, whether it's a purchasing, cars or other things, that just like we do with the fiscal analysis and other environmental impacts, what is the greenhouse gas emission impact of this? So we can make decisions with that information, so the public's aware as we consider things that we have that information. And that's doable. I've talked to city manager about it. And I think it'd be really helpful to have that, so we can talk about whether we want to move forward with something, if it's going to have significant greenhouse gas emissions, or are there ways we can mitigate it. The other thing I'd like to see us do is, I know we already have some local preference in procuring goods and services to support local businesses, but when we get goods locally, we're actually having a major impact on all the transportation to get goods from other places. So I'd like to see us up that to really help reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and really look at how we can factor that in to our procurement process as well. So thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And really, staff, Sustainability Commission, This has been so much work. You've done an amazing job. And we're all going to have to, continue that work to get where we want to go. So I really appreciate everyone's work on this.
Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem, you are muted.
There we go. Let's try that. First, I want to thank the Sustainability Commission and Patrick and all of the staff for some really hard work. And I want to apologize again that we ended up delaying being able to talk about this for so many meetings, but fortunately we're finally there. I think all of us, particularly on this council, realize the stakes that we have in front of us because of climate change and the need for us to act and to do something. And I may be going a little bit different than how some of my colleagues have expressed this. I have no interest in doing things that feel good and that are symbolic and really have negligible impact, if anything, on climate. We exist here in Palm Springs with an incredible amount of opportunity not to follow the example of any other city, but to set an example as to what we can do moving forward. There is perhaps no place better on this planet than Palm Springs for wind energy. I want us to take the kind of steps that will allow a replacement of all of the aging windmills that we have in our city with the new, most modern turbines. One of those turbines coming into our city will have more impact than everything else that we've talked about. So what are we going to do? If we're going to be bold, let's get more land that has more wind turbines on it. We have over 350 days of sunshine. How many solar panels do we have, solar farms do we have in our community? Let's make it known to developers who want to build solar farms that Palm Springs is open to you. That will have a dramatic impact on what we need to do moving forward. We do not have any metrics that I'm aware of how many homes in Palm Springs have solar panels. What can we do in this city to first count how many homes we have that have solar panels? What's the effectiveness of those solar panels? And what is it going to take to be able to get the homes that do not have solar panels to have solar panels? And that may well mean that we need to be able to subsidize those who can't afford those solar panels. And that's something that we should be doing. That will have a dramatic impact, and it's something that's different and unique about Palm Springs that we should be doing. We have an incredible ability to make a difference in this community if we move forward. What I don't want to see us do is create a whole lot of restrictions around what people can do when it comes to building a new home or a new business that causes them to decide that they want to go down the street to the next city that does not have the kind of political climate that we do, that will push the projects to another place. I want us to create the kinds of incentives and programs that our neighboring cities take a look at and say, we want to be like Palm Springs. And I'm a little fearful that some of this is going to feel good if we pass it, but it's just going to move the next distribution center, the next housing development to the city down the road from us. So let's be cognizant of what kind of impact that we're going to have. because what we're trying to do here is make an impact on climate, and one that actually, this is important. And we can't do it if we don't bring with us the rest of this region by setting an example that they can follow. I really appreciate Councilmember Garner raising the issue of shade structures on our bus stops. That's going to require a commitment from Palm Springs to put those shade structures up. And it's something that I think we can and we should do. When it comes to biking, if we want to have more bikes on our roads, then we are going to have a commitment to have dedicated bikeways, places where amateur bicyclists who are really not comfortable being on a roadway along with a car have an opportunity to take and bike across our communities. We're going to need to build more walkways. I really like the idea of trying to develop bus systems that will bring more passengers to our region and to our city from the drive markets. But that's something that is absolutely has to be done in coordination with the tourism folks who have, who know what it takes to attract people to a program. And, you know, I was one of the great proponents of the BUZZ program and fought really hard for it. It failed in our city. And as hard as it is to admit it failed, I think if we're going to be serious, we're going to need to step back and figure out, why did something that good fail? And what is it going to take to make sure we don't repeat that mistake over again? I'm hearing a lot of words about emergency and we've got to move quickly. We need to step back and make sure we move effectively, that we adopt programs that people are going to buy into. And I don't want to just check a bunch of boxes that says that we've incorporated the same kinds of rules that Irvine, Berkeley, and a half a dozen other cities put in place. Not that any of them were wrong, but this is Palm Springs. We have a completely different climate here, but most importantly, we have an incredibly different opportunity to make an impact on the production of green energy in this community. And I'm on my soapbox, I'll get off in a moment. The demand for electricity is not going to go down tomorrow or in the next decade. It is going to increase. If we are going to deal with climate change, we are going to deal with it because we are producing more green power than we are doing today. So what are we doing to increase the amount of green power that's being produced in our community? Thank you.
Thank you. I see you. I'm thanking. Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A lot has already been said, and I'll try not to repeat what has been said, but I would echo comments made by Councilmember Garner, and I'd also echo comments made by Mayor Pro Tem that we are a unique environment, and if we want to remain, we're going to have to adapt if we're going to remain a livable environment. You know, I was the past chair of the Santa Monica Sustainability Task Force, and that was many years ago, and we were still addressing the same issues. So I think the question before us is the commission and staff headed in the right direction, right? And then what other different direction do we want to give? And we threw a lot against it that's already there. But I want to say that I appreciate the commission coming forward and staff coming forward with us because it makes a great commission-council relationship. in that way. And I do think that we are going in the right direction, maybe with a couple changes or tweaks. I agree a bold vision is really good. However, the tweaks that I'm looking for is land use and transportation are really the two big factors that we're dealing with here. We are a suburban environment where we're reliant on our single family cars and our single family homes with a lot of space around it. I really think the commission at some point needs to be hooked in with the update to the general plan to get some of these realized in our zoning ordinance and our general plan. I think that is kind of number one. I think this is a huge document. I think council has just added a lot more to it. I think priorities need to be set. And I think they need to be real priorities that need to be set. So things like, I asked for the general plan to really look at our bus stops and look at our transportation system. We need to have an amenity-rich transportation system where it's a viable option to driving your car. We currently don't have that here. We have a great Sunline system that, runs on, I think, what is it, hydrogen, Lisa? Is it hydrogen fuel? So it runs really efficient, but we really need to make the whole experience a better experience for everyone. CVAG just completed, trees for parking lots and sidewalks and that are adaptive because it's, can be 40 degrees hotter around an asphalt thing, and what trees survive in that. I think adding that body of work that's already been done to this body of work would be very helpful. I don't think trees are the panacea, and I think staff has recommended that shade structures, we've seen a few of them around our new downtown development with the big umbrellas that are on the sidewalk. I think a combination of all of that is really good. I do agree that trying to get more walking and biking, we have wide, fast streets that preclude a lot of that. We have streets that are very difficult to cross that preclude a lot of that. We have people that are fearful of getting on their bikes. We've seen bike accidents happen, and with pedestrian fatalities, that's not good. So I guess I say that you are going in the right direction. I ask that we focus on land use and transportation, and that we really incorporate it again into the general plan update, and that some of the nuances that have been made by my fellow council members be incorporated into it in a form that really set priorities. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful. I appreciate your insight there and picking priorities because I think that's what the staff report identifies, is that transportation is our number one contributor by far. So I completely agree with you that if we can focus on land use and transportation, that will make a huge dent. Transportation being things like access to charging vehicles as well. I think solar for residents so that they can have an electric vehicle at their home. I've heard from residents, if you live in an HOA, that, you don't have access to electric charging or those types of issues. So really appreciate, would ask that, staff bring back a focus, or with the Sustainability Commission focused efforts on that, because I think what's laid out is a good start. But it's probably not enough. And I have asked, I think a few times, that we fully fund a sustainability department so that we really need more than 1.5 people. Poor Patrick has been doing the job of 5 people. We really need more people power to push these programs, because it's what our residents want. Our residents want us to lead on the climate crisis. Our region demands it, and we have to for the survival of our city. I don't think anyone is suggesting that we do anything that feels good. It does not feel good to face down a climate crisis and know that our home will be potentially not habitable for the next 65 years that I plan to live here. But I think a bold vision is important to unify the message, unify our residents, and unify around one goal and then a strategy to get there. And so that's why I proposed it, not to be like any other city. Of course, we're different. You cannot support the economy without supporting a climate response and climate resiliency. Those things are one and the same. So, I'm sorry, I got a little offended by those comments because climate anxiety is real, especially in my generation, who is going to be on the front lines of responding. And so I think a bold vision is important. It's not just lip service. That's why I asked for this to come forward, because we have a climate action plan from 2016. We're doing a great job. Thank goodness for DCE, we've really cut our emissions. But, with a plan on a shelf is not going to get us there. What we need is a bold vision of clear strategy, clear priorities, like Councilmember Woods identified, and then to unify the community around those goals. So I'm sorry to be emotional, but it's a difficult conversation, and it's scary to face down. And I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's comments. We have a lot to lead on with wind and solar and our DCE and so many other things that make our whole region unique. And I agree with everything you said about relying on that. Councilmember Kors.
Thank you, Mayor. Said some of what I was going to say, so I appreciate it. But I don't think, anyone said we need to copy other cities. Irvine's an example of a city by making some declarations and commitments was able to get significant funding to do the kinds of things we've been talking about doing. I don't think that's lip service or feel good. That's reality. And yes, there's more of an impact here on climate than any of those cities. It is going to hit us harder. It already is. And so I think we do need to have a vision and a plan, and then, as Councilmember Wood says, to focus. I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's comments on wind energy. We're one of the best places in the country, if not the world, for that. The problem is, until we get the 3 projects online that DCE agreed to, not a single kilowatt from all these windmills has come anywhere in the valley or to Palm Springs. Not one. So if we want new windmills here, which I support, and better windmills and more efficient windmills, then we need to figure out, and we'll get to talk about DCE next, how we support DCE doing more contracts for windmills here, because they create good green jobs, they create good green construction jobs, but just putting more windmills here, if it's all going to go, none of it is staying here, is not, I think, what we want to do. I think we want it for energy here, and we can do that. And that's what's great about having local control on this. So I do think we have an opportunity to do that. We have an opportunity with rooftop solar, and really to help people who can't afford it, right? And we can do requirements. Look, we did a green zone, right, on cannabis with a tax rebate to move cannabis mostly north of the freeway, right? I mean, there are ways we can do this creatively that isn't going to lead businesses to not want to come here, because we've had no shortage of people, even with the carbon-free request on cannabis, that have said they don't want to come here, right? So we need to be smart about how we do it. I agree with that. But I think we need to do it. That's all.
Councilmember Woods.
When I talk about priorities, I want to talk about, I don't know if the electrification of buildings in the future or the remodels of buildings is a panacea if we're not buying green energy. I mean, if we are actually requiring electric and then we're using peaker plants, or we're using power generated in New Mexico, or we're using natural gas, it doesn't offset the greenhouse gas. So our priority needs to be to continue to do stuff like purchase green energy, develop green energy, and then change our grid to focusing on electrification. Because currently our electrification process in the desert with our winds and our fires is not reliable. You can't, when our electric goes out, which is actually in my part of the country where I live, the part of the city, goes out quite frequently. and you're not able to boil water or do any of the other stuff that you with a gas stove, as an example. So that's why I say we need to set priorities first and get that grid really working, and maybe underground that grid if we need to underground it. But we need to start taking the steps to get there. And I think we are. I think we absolutely are. We are very, very bold with DCE. And we need to continue that kind of boldness. And we're bold with our bus company. We just need to keep moving that pendulum. Thank you.
Thank you. So Patrick, I know that you presented questions for council. So I think what we've heard is some feedback about setting a bold vision or priorities. But do you want to walk us through, either you or Justin, sort of what direction, at what level you would like that from council right now?
Sure. I think the general feedback around being bold and being thoughtful, I think, are important, right? So we want to be bold, but we also want to do this in a smart way that prioritizes the best and most effective actions, and is conscious, I think, of where we are business-wise and community-wise, right? So I think that is very helpful, and actually it does provide us with a little bit more feedback on, let's say, the three things that we were talking about perhaps developing further. So for example, requiring home energy efficiency upgrades, those energy efficiency upgrades are really designed to be cost effective for homeowners. So you can demonstrate that if you do this, then it pays you back in 6 months, and you're going to get your money back far more than that in the future. And so those are the kinds of things that I think that we need to be pointing to and developing more of. So I think with that one, I think that's worth developing further, because I think that does really demonstrate that we're doing things that are both smart for the environment and smart for the homeowner. In terms of the 100% carbon-free energy for some commercial businesses, I agree that I think that one is kind of proceed with caution, but really it's an important step, because as we mentioned in the roadmap, we're not looking at static emissions. We're looking at rising emissions that we have to bring down further. So if as Councilmember Coors was saying, we're not looking at the greenhouse gas impacts of the things that we're deciding, then that task of bringing those emissions down is going to be really hard. So I think that we should continue to work on that one in particular, and we were going to do some community outreach or business outreach on that one to get some feedback on it, so that we could bring that back to council and have a more informed conversation maybe about that specifically. So it sounds like that one we could do a little bit more on and get some community feedback on, and see if there are ways that we can, as Councilmember Middleton mentioned, maybe incentivize some of that as well. So I think that's an important piece. With regard to electrification options, I can't remember which one of you mentioned it, but I agree that is definitely a proceed with caution, and I think that is probably down the road for us. And I think a couple of communities have gone in that direction, but not without much resistance. And I agree that unless we've got everybody on 100% carbon-free power, that has a more limited impact. So I think that if we were going to spend our time, I think those two first things are probably where to spend it now, and then kind of figure out the rest later. So I think if you guys agree with that assessment, then we'll proceed on those three items in particular in that way. So, okay, I see heads nodding. Good. In terms of the transportation-related emissions reductions, I completely agree with Councilmember Woods that we really need to take a look at that circulation element and the general plan, and really take a comprehensive picture at what changes are needed there. And I agree that it needs to be kind of looked at as a whole. So how do we influence all of those behaviors? Because this is one that, as we talked about with the Buzz Bus. We can do a lot, but if we don't do it in a smart way and in a way that really meets people's needs, then it's not going to help at all. So I think that one in particular, I think we need to have a more of an in-depth conversation with our biking community to really lay out what that master bike plan looks like. They've often referred to the CVAG kind of multimodal transportation plan as a really good model and having really good things in there. So maybe it's just that, and we need to bring it forward and do it. And so the thing I would say about that, though, is that, and this is probably a comment for city manager as well, to think about how this is not a sustainability effort, right? This is a citywide effort that every city department needs to be engaged in. And so if I, as a sustainability manager, can't go to the engineering department and say, hey, this is a priority for the city and this needs to get done, then it goes to becomes a sustainability priority and it's much less effective way of getting it done. So I think that is another thing, again, as you guys have your priority conversations and as this continues to be a priority for the city, to work with the city manager and Director Fagg to really incorporate these kinds of ideas throughout the organization so that everybody has these on their radar and everybody has these as a priority. So I think that's one another piece of feedback that I would provide is that, we can do all the studies that we want, all the analysis that we want, but if we're the only ones doing it and thinking it, then it becomes really, really hard to implement. The other thing that I would offer is I love the idea of incentives and incentive programs, and I think the weatherization idea is an awesome one because it really addresses our climate adaptation needs as well as bringing down energy costs potentially and things like that. So I think solutions like that I think are easy to implement and maybe low-hanging fruit, I think we need to put those in a category and just do them. So again, I think that there are a variety of things that you mentioned. And again, if we kind of take a look at the priorities, kind of figure out how they fall out. And there are probably things that we can do pretty easily, quickly to keep the momentum moving. Incentives are another one. I can come back to you with a couple of suggestions for moving money around. We've done the sustainability scholarships for businesses, and actually they were pretty nicely adopted by our business community. But we really want to do more of that, right? So we've got $50,000 that we can hand out to folks on foodware and food waste, and we want to actually expand that to energy efficiency and water efficiency programs. We talked about this with the Sustainability Commission, and we've gotten a couple of requests on this front. But again, I think there are resources out there for people that they can take advantage of. But I agree that incentives are going to be a big part of this, and I think we need to move beyond the business community with that, right? So if we can incentivize homeowners too, we've gotten some phone calls about incentives for desertscaping. And I think if we created a similar sustainability scholarship for our residents, we would see really interesting things happening. So I think, again, all of that feedback I think is great. And if we can do a little bit more analysis on some of the impact of some of these things so that you guys are on board with the priorities that we set so that the impact is clear about what we get for the money, I think that's going to be really important. Like we can continue to talk about things like planting trees and preserving open space, and that's awesome, and that does awesome things for the environment. But again, if you're looking at greenhouse gas reductions, it might not be the most advantageous thing from a GHG reduction perspective. So again, I think we just need to do that a little bit more of additional analysis and come back with, here are the things that we think maybe are low-hanging fruits. Here are the things, incentives we want to promote and see what happens with that. And then also look at those bigger picture items and say, okay, here's the biggest bang for our buck, and here's where we need to spend our money, and that's how we move forward. So again, that's why I kind of like the more action, less planning. Just figure out some of the details behind this, and then move out. So anyway, so that's my feedback on that.
Thank you, Patrick. That's really helpful, and we appreciate your thought leadership with us as we do this together as a team. I saw Councilmember Kors, and then I saw Councilmember Woods.
It's fine if you want to go first, Councilmember Woods. I was just going to recap sort of what I think I heard to sort of so we can, get some closure. But if you have something else you want to add first, go ahead.
No, I just want to say, Patrick, I think you summarized it very well, especially when you talked about, when you go to another department, it has to be a citywide effort, each department. And I know you talked about transportation and the general plan, but I want to reinforce land use. Before I got on council, we approved Serena Park. The vehicle miles traveled to get to the nearest grocery store or even your dog sitter or whatever is ridiculous. It's everything you don't want to do. And I think under current CEQA, it probably wouldn't be approved. So I think we just need a little bit of cross-pollination between the sustainability staff and our land use planning staff and the general plan update to bridge some of those gaps. And what it could be as simple as having just, a small little ma and pa kind of fast, what do I want to say, a little store in a neighborhood or something, and I don't know as we're currently allowing that type of stuff. So I would just add that to your artillery of ways to try and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Woods. Totally agree with you. I mean, the city has approved projects that allow for density, and we were still building large, spread out, large lot, even gated communities that are designed around cars. So I completely agree with you to include that in city planning. And I think Councilmember Corrs has raised this a few times. And I think I've shared too that I saw a proposal to do a conditional use permit process for example, hotel developments or whatever type of development. I know Councilmember Corrs has asked to include like climate impacts, like energy usage. The one I saw for, I think it was West Hollywood, from Unite Here, Local 11, a labor union that represents workers, like hospitality workers, also asked that include transportation analysis. Where are your workers going to live and where are they going to travel from, right? And what's the VMT, vehicle miles traveled, involved in a project. So I think if we include that in our planning process, because we know that there are climate impacts for every approval that we give, that would be a good way to integrate it. And Councilmember Corrs, you're going to go next.
Yeah, thank you. So all that makes sense. So the things we heard, and I don't know if we're going to have to consider them separately, is the goal of being carbon neutral by 2030 as a community, declaring a climate emergency, and doing that kind of emissions analysis for projects. So it's not just sustainability, right? It's planning and building and engineering are all taking this into account as projects move forward the process, instead of us dealing with it at the last minute and not having that data. I think prioritizing land use, zoning, and transportation makes a lot of sense. I think we have to prioritize some things. I think we should also be looking at weatherization, because that we can make a real difference in energy use through that. And I think Patrick said that's low-hanging fruit. And I think really looking at both resident and business incentives to get there, right? So those seem to be sort of the general things I heard. And I just sort of want to go through that list. I don't know if we need a motion or what we need, but I do think I support that. So for what it's worth.
Is that a motion to?
Sure, I'll make it a motion.
Give that direction. We're just giving direction. And then there's also request to direct the city manager to transfer $50,000 from the sustainability fund balance to contractual services for additional consulting support to continue to analyze our greenhouse gas emissions and reduction opportunities. So we need action.
Add to this is for the city manager to look at how to appropriately staff sustainability, which I know the city manager is already looking at. So.
Okay, so is that a motion?
Yes.
I will second that motion. And then I will ask if there is additional discussion. I have a question if I can about, so all of this is related to emissions, and I'm not an environmental scientist. So Patrick, if you could explain a little bit. So I know that, and I completely agree with you, right? When we look at those priorities, thank you for saying like, we want to focus on the impactful stuff and reduce as much as possible. So Dennis pointed this out, Councilmember Woods, transportation is 53% of our emissions, and then residential and commercial energy use is 37%. So I think Councilmember, of course, you said that in your summary, right? But would love to focus on transportation, residential and commercial energy use, since those are, 90% of our emissions?
Just about 90%, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So the climate roadmap is primarily about emissions, and we're talking about setting a bold goal around emissions. But isn't it also important for the climate resiliency to include work around, not just around emissions, right? Isn't it also about conserving open space? That might be, I know you talked in the staff report about like the impact on carbon sequestration. I know how to say that word, but it's late. Correct me.
Sequestration,
as we go 7 hours straight from our meeting. Right. So isn't it a balance between that and probably other things as we come up with like a full climate roadmap?
So I agree. And resiliency in particular is one that, again, hasn't gotten a lot of attention. But again, given the rapid rate of climate change, it can't be on the back burner anymore. So it has to be front and center as well. And so I'm doing two things. So one is I'm going to provide some comments to our emergency manager on our emergency management plan from a resilience perspective about kinds of things that we need to include in there. But also, again, we're waiting for this data set from our consultant on climate vulnerabilities, which will tell us a little bit more about those things that we need to be targeting from a resiliency perspective. I think we kind of know what they are already. But again, that might provide us with a little more insight about vulnerable populations and specific actions that we can take to address those things. So again, I think that's coming. It's been coming for a little while now. So anyway, so I think it's imminent. But anyway, so I think we should have that data pretty quickly too. But I agree that we can't just focus on greenhouse gas reductions anymore because that's important, but we need to address the changes that are occurring too.
Thank you. I appreciate that and a broader view of our climate resiliency and roadmap. And I'm sure, I'd love to see if there's state funding, federal funding, philanthropy funding about doing this work. Like Councilmember Corr said, the city of Irvine got $1 million for joining to do the work of joining the Cool Cities program. Would love to see if we can find funding to lead some innovative programs here. Okay, so further discussion. Councilmember Woods.
I just wanted to make a comment that, Palm Springs history has at times failed because of environmental impacts. We're a desert environment. We're really not an environment for human habitation. And I think the whole resiliency thing is we could fail again if we don't take action. So I totally agree that bold action is needed if we're going to maintain this as a habitable environment for future generations. And I heard the fear in the mayor's voice, and I think that fear is real for future generations who might want to live here in the desert. And we are going to need to adapt. And we're going to need shade structures over our windows and, all kinds of stuff that's going to happen for us to adapt properly. Title 24 is really for the entire state of California. And there really almost should be a special title just for the desert environment that's even separate, that is even stronger than that. So I just put that out there to say that we have to do something if we're going to maintain our quality of life as we know it today.
Thank you. Other comments? So can we, Patrick or Justin, do you need any other direction or clarification from council?
I think that's sufficient from my perspective. And I think I would just add one more kind of thought component to it is if there is a way to incorporate some circular economy thinking into that analysis, it would be awesome because as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, if we want to get rid of those old wind turbines, I did reach out to a company that is trying to recycle some of them and offered them to come here and do that, but they do something in Phoenix, so they're not that far away. But anyway, but thinking innovatively about opportunities that this may create from a green jobs perspective or from a reuse perspective to the extent that we want to kind of move in that direction. So.
Thank you. I think that's really important and fully support that being included. City Manager, did you have more to add?
I was only going to mention that this is a very helpful conversation, especially as we go into some of our priority setting. A lot of discussion about thinking bold. You know, I tend to think in terms of systems and structure. We do have a small department. We have a department that's not really well integrated. If we want to make a transition to where we're really seeing all of our operations and a lot of our other broad goals like equity, like economic development, et cetera, through an environmental or sustainability lens, which I think is really the goal, full integration. We really do have a long way to go. I don't think we're very close to that, to be honest, where we stand right now. So I will bring you some ideas. And as we balance this with other competing priorities in our upcoming sessions, I'll ask for a little more direction so that we can really, if we want to change that kind of paradigm of where this fits into our overall thinking and our approach to governance and community building, we can certainly do that. We have a lot of work to do. I look forward to it.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments or discussion? So there's a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 5B, request for city council input on desert community energy. Can we have a staff report, please?
Sure, Mayor and City Council members. I am going to turn it over to Tom Kirk and to Katie Barrows from CVAG, who are going to present to you tonight, and I am going to turn their slides for them.
Thank you. The next, you could please mute yourselves when you enter the room. Thank you. And then if you could please turn off where you're watching the city council meeting because it's a few minutes delayed and we'll hear ourselves in an echo chamber. So Tom Kirk and Katie Barrows, welcome to our council meeting. You're live with the public and with the city council, and we look forward to your staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and Patrick, if you could queue up the PowerPoint, I'd appreciate it. Thanks very much. Honorable Mayor and City Council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight and give you an update on Desert Community Energy. And I think in particular, based on your conversations, we applaud your leadership in sustainability and climate action. Next slide, please. So first, I want to give a brief overview on how Desert Community Energy works. Desert Community Energy is a community choice aggregation program. And the way this works is DCE takes over the role of buying power with a focus on cleaner electricity and local control. Southern California Edison still handles transmission and delivery, maintenance and repairs, customer service and billing. And we do appreciate our partnership with SCE. I just want to note that Palm Springs joins more than 200 cities and counties across the state, serving over 11 million customers in your move to community choice energy. So this is a growing movement in the state, and we're proud to be a part of it. Next slide, please. So DCE began with some general goals and specific goals and benefits. And I'd like to revisit those goals and give you a little bit of an update on our progress, particularly as it relates to Palm Springs. Next slide, please. Let's just take a look at that. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We're going to focus on that to start with. It was great to hear Patrick's report on the progress Palm Springs is looking at and your plans for future action on climate action. As Patrick just described, Palm Springs residents and businesses have reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 115,000 plus metric tons. This is a great accomplishment. Next slide, please. That's basically like taking 25,000 cars off the road. Imagine that all the cars in Palm Springs were being replaced by bicycles. I'm thinking CV Link, watch out. Next slide, please. DCE and all of us want to give a big shout out to Palm Springs. Without the support from the City Council and the participation from the community and Desert Community Energy, Palm Springs would have increased greenhouse gas emissions by 5%. We're just really excited to hear the progress that's been made. Next slide, please. So that's really great progress on climate action, and it helps our air quality as well. Palm Springs should be justifiably proud of this accomplishment. Next slide, please. I'm going to move through these quickly. Let's take a moment to look at greener electricity. This is really an investment in the future, a long-term solution to our need for cleaner electricity, and it also meets city's sustainability goals. And I just want to recall in February, a lot of us gathered to celebrate a long-term contract DCE signed with TerraGen, a local wind energy company. This was really a great day. And next slide, please. With that contract, DCE has helped bring 11 megawatts of new wind energy to Palm Springs. Next slide, please. And folks often ask, where does that wind energy go? Well, next time you're driving near the freeway in Indian Canyon, look to the west. Some of those wind turbines are sending power to Palm Springs, generated in Palm Springs. You can't get more local than that. Next slide, please. Along with those, that wind energy contract, DCE has signed 2 more wind energy contracts in Palm Springs that will come online in 2023, and an exciting solar plus battery storage project that was also approved this year by the DCE board. While not local to Riverside County, that project will help with climate resilience, and in particular in the state's effort to build stability in the grid during the summer months with more battery storage that helps us manage the flow of electricity to the grid. And I just also want to note that across the state, community choice aggregation agencies have added over 9,000 megawatts of new clean energy to the state. And that continues to be a goal. For DCE, this means we're meeting some of the carbon-free and significantly renewable energy resource mix goals that we share with the city of Palm Springs. Next slide, please. So we're really making great strides toward a clean energy future. Next slide. Another goal for DCE is reinvesting in our community. Next slide, please. And that in part includes encouraging the growth of a clean energy economy. The 4 contracts I described are bringing good paying clean energy jobs. And as DCE grows from a startup, which we really are still a startup organization, we plan to seek more renewable and carbon-free projects and make those as local as possible. Next slide, please. One of our other activities when we first started was to really focus on low-income residents, and we found that many of those were not aware of the utility discount programs available to them. DCE worked with Southern California Edison and our Community Advisory Committee and others to sign up customers in the CARE, the California Alternative Rates for Energy program, which offers a 30% discount, and the Family Electric Rate, or FARA program, which offers an 18% discount to income qualified customers. DCE took some other steps to help low-income customers, which I'll talk about in a moment. Next slide, please. Another aspect of DCE's efforts is focused on building reserves and more resources that we hope to offer community programs such as energy efficiency and electric vehicles. Now, one of the other benefits of DCE is customers do have a choice. And we have a case of local control, as evidenced by our local board, led by Councilmember Kors as chair, and we appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, who serves as alternate. Decisions with DCE's local board are made locally, whether it's power purchases, rates, or future programs. Next slide, please. So there are some choices with DCE. Our carbon-free program is offered at a premium, and we still have Desert Saver. That's offered at a small discount to Southern California Edison. If you could just click through, Patrick, that is the lowest cost choice in Palm Springs for electricity. It is something that the DCE board has been committed to making available to those customers who need to really focus on the financial aspect of that. And it's an easy thing to opt down to. You can go to our website, desertcommunityenergy.org, or call our customer service line. And there's also the choice, if folks want to opt out and return to Southern California Edison, which is an easy step as well. Next slide, please. So there are a number of factors that are making this really challenging times in the energy business, and some of those are outside DCE's control. As reflected in the staff report, energy prices have been unpredictable and have been at 20-year highs. Higher energy prices are impacting electric utilities and CCAs throughout the state, as well as customers. Another factor is market volatility and some uncertainty about prices going forward. And really, higher energy prices and climate change are both impacts to market volatility. For DCE, one of the best ways we can manage that situation is by building financial reserves, which is a big priority for DCE as we look to the future to help us manage volatility in energy prices. Next slide, please. Of course, climate change is also a challenge, as we've talked about. That affects all of us with hotter summer temperatures, longer summers. The drought conditions are affecting the availability and price for hydropower. Wildfires are also causing additional costs as well and creating some challenges. So there's a lot of benefits to really focusing hard and putting a specific effort to reduce climate change. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit. We have heard customers talk about high energy bills. You could just click through, Patrick. Energy prices have increased. Whether you're buying gasoline or paying your electric bill, we are seeing higher prices. Coupled with hot temperatures and the hottest on record summer that we've experienced. And also we are staying home more with COVID, spending more time at home. And we're hearing customers definitely reflect that they're using more energy. And we're seeing that when we do analysis for customers to help them with their bills. DCE continues to provide ways we can save energy. Our website has a lot of ideas. We also want to continue to focus even in the winter. It makes sense for folks to avoid that afternoon time period. And Councilmember Woods, I really appreciate your calling out the Ohm Connect program. The DCE board has just approved a partnership with Ohm Connect to promote the smart thermostat program, and we may even expand that to CVAG wide, and you're going to hear more about that soon. Next slide, please. So what has DCE done to try to address these situations and manage the situation for our customers? One of those is a long-term power procurement strategy, and the hedging strategy that has been implemented by our partner, the Energy Authority, has already tempered the impacts of significant increases in prices over the summer. Another is the long-term contracts and the investment in renewables. The contracts that I've mentioned signed earlier will result in significant savings. And this is probably one of the most important ways that DCE has made steps to stabilize and ultimately reduce rates. As we look forward, those contracts, when they come online finally in 2024, will constitute about 60% of our portfolio and will result in estimated savings of $20 to $60 million over the life of the contract. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we've also wanted to focus on customer assistance. We do have about 21% of our customers, about 7,000 customers are enrolled in CareFera, and we want to continue to make sure they understand that opportunity. This summer, there was a COVID bill assistance program where we provided automatic credits to customers, those who were delinquent on their bills and enrolled in a payment program in partnership with Southern California Edison. And another step that DCE took that the board supported was during the early days of COVID, we kept rates actually artificially low in order to help those customers who were suffering from the impacts of COVID pandemic. Next slide, please. So there are some opportunities ahead. We actually have some good news to report. The staff report described the possible opportunity or need to increase rates. And our most current projections, financial projections, actually indicate that a rate adjustment, an increase, is not needed at this time. And that's very good news, I think, for DCE and for customers. In fact, we may be able to look at a reduction in the carbon-free benefits in the next 6 to 12 months. And over the next couple of years, we see a good pattern of reduction. We're going to continue to monitor that. We'll be providing a report to the DCE board at their next meeting in November. And we do want to continue to keep you informed. Next slide, please. So I think we all watched with anticipation with leaders from across the globe to move forward and take aggressive action to combat climate change, to get us to the goals that need to be met in order for us to live in our community and obviously for people across the world. Certainly, as you've all reflected, the time is now. Next slide, please. And while you may not have been completely happy with what came out of the Glasgow Agreement, I think it certainly does signal to us that we need to take action. And as you've all talked about, Palm Springs is really out in front. With your commitment to carbon-free electricity, you've already made a difference. Next slide, please. So I just want to focus for a minute again on the carbon emissions and give you a little bit of a what-if scenario. Palm Springs has already shown that committing to carbon-free power reduces greenhouse gas emissions and has many other benefits. So what if the city were to look for another way to achieve those goals? And we did a little exercise to take a look at that. It was described in your staff report. One of those options might be to buy carbon offsets represented by the tree. Those carbon offsets would cost about $75 a metric ton. And so the total net cost for the city, if you want to just click through, Patrick, would be about $7 million to achieve the same benefits that you have been able to accomplish with DCE. So with that, I just want to applaud again your commitment and your impressive efforts. You are making a difference. And Tom and I are here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate the staff report, especially at 10:30 in the evening. Thank you for bearing with us and for the excellent work that really you've done to spearhead this. You gave a lot of kudos to the council, but I know Tom and Katie, we appreciate your leadership here. I saw Mayor Pro Tem Middleton raise her hand.
You're on mute, Mayor Pro Tem. We see your lips moving.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll try to keep this part short. You know, I think the number, Katie and Tom, you guys have been incredible partners in this. And thank you. And Councilmember Coors and I, working on the committee, know how committed you are to making this work. And we really appreciate it. If there's a number in this group of numbers that I think anyone can get their arms around very quickly is we have, over the course of the last year, had the equivalent of taking 25,000 automobiles off the road. And as I understand it, we've done that by getting an overwhelming majority of our residents and businesses in the carbon-free energy product. If individuals were with Southern California Edison in their regular program, what percentage of carbon neutral, carbon-free green energy would they be receiving?
The standard, the basic Edison product is about 30, I want to say about 35% or so. I could check that to be sure with the power content label, but it's in approximately that range. The Desert Saver and the Southern California Edison are pretty much in the comparable range in terms of renewable content.
And that was the number that was in my memory. So just for everyone out there, when you're in this carbon neutral program, you're getting 3 times as much green energy than you would if you were with the standard Southern California Edison program. And we're going to come to prices in a little bit, but that green energy is more expensive today. And it's particularly more expensive in the volatility of the energy market that we've been encountering over the last year and a half to 2 years. So we're making a major commitment to doing something truly effective on our environment. And we spent the last few minutes talking about being bold. There's, I would submit, nothing more bold than what we have already done.
Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor and Chair of CVAG, if I could expand on that a little bit, because I was struck as Katie and I were listening to Patrick's staff report and all of your discussion. To those perhaps inside City Hall, they see major differences in 5 council members' perspective on how to move forward. I'm sure Katie and I are just wondering, how could we replicate that kind of conversation valley-wide, or perhaps in the entire Inland Empire? I heard 5 council members talking about how to do more to address climate change. We might have differences of opinion on what the priorities are. And I was really struck by that because, as Mayor Pro Tem points out, you all took a massive step with 100% carbon-free being your default product that you offered your residents. And I want to put that in perspective. Most of us came from cooler climates, and places like Irvine and Marin County and Sonoma County have done much like what you've done. But you all remember your utility bills when you lived in those places? How important of an expense was your utility bill when you lived next to the coast? How important is it to you and your constituents today? For some of your constituents, and certainly I'm speaking for myself and my neighbors, it's the 2nd or 3rd highest expense every month. And you took a bold step that is made that much more bold because we live in a very hot climate. I don't know of another community in the country that has taken the step that you have in the climate that we have. And I know we're here talking about energy, but Councilmember Woods, this obviously applies to land use and transportation too. You're encouraging walking, we're encouraging CV Link in the hottest climate in the nation. So our steps may be very similar to those in Irvine, but we're taking them in one of the most challenging places on earth to switch energy and to encourage some of the activities that you're encouraging. So I applaud you too, and you deserve it. And I'm impressed that you're looking to do more, and so is Desert Community Energy.
Thank you. Councilmember Kors.
Thank you. And thank you, Tom and Katie, for your work and the presentation. And for sharing that we're not going to have to be looking at a rate increase, which I wanted this to come, because if we were, I need direction from council. I vote based on what council wants at DCE. Mayor Pro Tem, during the prior presentation, which I'm glad you watched, talked about how we get more efficient, better windmills that are actually going right to our efforts on climate change. So, and we haven't discussed this yet, but is there opportunity in the short term to look at more contracts which create good green energy jobs and all that it does right here in Palm Springs? Or what do we need to do to sort of move that forward? Which of course we know over time, in a couple of years, will get us closer to parity on the subsidy, or the subsidy won't be as much as we had anticipated once those are online. So, and if you haven't thought about that, that's okay. We can talk about it in the future.
Katie, you want to reply?
Yes. Well, so we actually will be, I think the DCE board, we had an item, we'll be putting out a request for offers. This is actually to meet a compliance requirement, what's called midterm reliability. One of the potential ways to do that is with more wind energy or solar. That's going to be going out probably this next month. I think the other aspect of that, quite honestly, is we need to have just sort of more seeing what's out there and what's available. We did have other projects when we worked on the projects that we've done, these more recent contracts that were more local, but I think to really put out for that sort of local effort is another effort. And we'd anticipate doing more of that going forward.
Great. And then Another question, or maybe it's just a thought for council at some point is, so we know lower income customers, Carafera, I think you said is about 20%, 21%, are on Desert Saver with a discount. And so I'm sure a lot of them would like to be on carbon free, but it's just, they can't, right, do that extra even with the discount. For a while, DCE was subsidizing them. And we decided we couldn't continue that until we got through these next 2 years. But as Patrick mentioned, if we look for bang for the buck on how we are most effective, it might be worth giving some thought whether we want to help cover some delta for people who want 100% carbon free in those categories and give them that opportunity if that's the best bang for the buck, right? It may be better to do weatherization and things so they can lower their bills. But I just want to throw that out for a conversation and get some thoughts on that. So. Councilmember Gardner has a hand up.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if that was a question for staff that you wanted to reply.
I just want to throw that out. Just, is that something we want to talk about at some point or bring back to consider? Because we want to be as most cost effective as we can to get to the goals we've set.
Thank you. Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. Yeah, on that topic, I think there's still a lot of confusion around DCE. I get a lot of residents asking me about it, and they're still unsure of what it is. And I think part of this, of course, is the pandemic, right? Like you said, Katie, people are spending more time inside, they're using more energy, and I think sometimes people were not really realizing just how much more energy they were using than years past, and that it wasn't necessarily that their bills were actually increasing at the rate that they thought. But for some, there just was a rate increase and they did use around the same, and it was just going to be more expensive, but for them that was tough. And I know that one of the things that was just discussed when all of this was getting started was that community benefit, right? That we were going to be doing this carbon-free emissions and how great that was, and that this money that was coming in would be able to go back into the community. One of the things that I know that was mentioned at a meeting that, one of those early meetings that I attended, was like electric charging stations being put in places. That didn't land with my residents because my residents can't afford electric cars. At least the residents that were at this meeting. And so I think that one thing I'm curious about, and I know that they're curious about, is when are we going to be able to see some of those types of things? And will there be other things like weatherization, or like putting solar panels on people's houses, something that's a little bit more tangible so that they can see the impact of this program personally? Because I think right now, the numbers are super impressive, and I agree with Mayor Pro Tem, it's really amazing. But that's one of those things that people can't touch, right? You can't really understand completely what that larger impact is. It's just something that someone says to you, and you have to believe that it's a good thing. So I just want to be able to kind of connect the dots for people who are still hesitant about all of this.
Katie, if I could take that on a couple of fronts, and one, while we are the bearer of really good news as far as we're concerned, and that is we aren't raising rates. I want to be honest with you and your constituents. Rates are going to go up, and that is because Southern California Edison and the delivery and transmission charges are going to increase in the next couple months. So the total bill for all customers is going to inch up. And that's not good news for low-income households. It's not good news for businesses. It's not good news for anybody. But it is a fact, and it has to do with fires. It has to do with climate change. It has to do with the price of energy, and we can't change that. With respect to providing benefits to low-income households and everybody else, those that we promised, and Councilmember Gardner, you were there. We sold this process and program on being able to deliver those benefits. We can't do it today because there's not money in the bank. And I want to be honest with you about that. And the reason there's not money in the bank is we kept rates artificially low during the pandemic. We wanted to continue to provide Desert Saver less than Edison rates, and we didn't want to raise the 100% carbon free, and our cost exceeded our revenues often. So our bank account's pretty low. I see that changing in about 2 to 3 years, and that's the time where we will be able to consider weatherization and other programs. And as Council Member Woods knows, we've got some other news, and that is at today's Public Utilities Commission meeting, the PUC approved a $65 million program that involves CVAG, Western Riverside County, and San Bernardino County. And that program is all about energy efficiency. And it provides funding over 6 years. So I don't want to suggest $65 million for Palm Springs or the Coachella Valley, but it'll certainly be a couple $1 million a year in our community in Southern California Edison territory to help on low-income programs, perhaps on city programs. And that funding will start hitting the streets in about March or April. So Councilmember Woods is a part of our Energy and Environment Committee that's going to guide that. And that will provide another opportunity to help low-income residents and others.
Thank you so much. And that's really helpful and completely understandable. I think I'm still kind of struggling to get people on board. And so I want to be able to have some good information that I can share with them. So thank you so much.
Well, and Councilmember Gardner, if your constituents are a little confused by Desert Community Energy, we are the experts and we're confused at times. It has been a crazy 2 years, and your representatives on Desert Community Energy must wonder what in the heck they got themselves into. It has been a roller coaster, and yet one that you all ought to be proud of for your impact on climate change. It's been amazing.
Thank you. So one, I want to be thoughtful of everyone's time. So if staff could just clarify what exact action you're requesting of us tonight and what direction you need.
And I'm not sure if Justin or others are going to weigh in here. When we set this up, we were going to come forward and say, there may be a rate increase. We are not in that place today, but I can share with you, it is going to be tight for Desert Community Energy over the next 6 to 12 months. And things are looking good, much better after that, where rate decreases may be considered. And to Councilwoman Garner's point, other programs, and I do see those out there 2 to 3 years. We can accelerate that, and we can do that with perhaps a grant funds if we could find those, or a city contribution in some way, or loan guarantees. And your staff has already been working with us on lines of credit and other opportunities.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to introduce a conversation that we have been having, we being Councilmember Coors, Tom, Katie. One of the issues that has been a struggle for all of us over the last year has been the incredible volatility of energy prices. And that volatility has been most prominent when you're buying green energy. And for DCE, as a new entrant into the energy market, we don't have in place some of the kinds of long-term contracts that other more long-standing CCAs have had in place. And that has made it far tougher for us to keep the kind of stable prices that we think we are going to be able to produce as we are bringing more long-term contracts into place and as the energy market starts to stabilize a bit. So the conversation has been around the idea that the city of Palm Springs step in as a partner to our residents and businesses and try to even out some of the highs and lows that we're seeing in the energy market by making an investment to maintain rates at a percentage. And we bandied about a few different numbers, and staff, I think, would be in a position to come back with some strong recommendations for us as to what would be affordable, whereby we would upfront money that would guarantee that rates for the 100% carbon neutral product, that's 3 times more green energy than what Edison is giving, would be no more than X above what you would pay for the Edison product. And that we do that for 2 or 3 years to allow the market to stabilize. That's effectively a loan to SCE that then, as rates start to stabilize, that would get repaid back to the city. And I think that is a really strong approach for us to be able to make sure that those who are struggling financially to be able to stay in the carbon neutral program can stay in the carbon neutral program. And we're not advocating that we vote on that this evening, but we are advocating that we consider that and have staff do the analysis to come back and provide us with some options in that area. I miss anything, Councilmember Coors?
Thank you, Councilmember Woods.
I'm glad we're not voting on that tonight. That's all I have to say. I just wanted to add an antidote. Obviously, there's been a variety of factors of which Katie had mentioned about the reason people's bills are higher. And a lot of it has been blamed falsely so on DCE, and that really is a false assumption. As we've heard, the Desert Saver plan is lower than the Edison plan, and even though the 100% renewable or carbon-free is a little more expensive, it's still a false statement. There's also been a lot of problems with the billing, which all comes through SCE. That has really nothing to do with DCE. It did break the bill down a little bit differently, but I want to defend DCE for doing a good job. And the fact of the matter is the higher bills really have nothing really to do with, completely to do with DCE at this point. And Mayor Pro Tem and I had to have that discussion with several of the neighborhood groups just last month to let them know what was really going on, because people, I think, are very confused about the whole thing. Thank you.
Councilmember Coors.
Yeah, just to follow up on those comments, because I get copied when people reach out to DCE, and people should reach out if they want a rate bill comparison. But people are very supportive who, saw their bills go up 50% from a year ago. And then when they did the analysis, it was the vast majority of it was excess usage, right? Because of record-breaking heat and COVID and people being home. And so it just goes to, I think, the need, and Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and I and staff had a call earlier today about the need to really do that education for folks, but not just about, right, that it's more usage, it's how to lower your usage. People still don't know what time they should not be turning on appliances and try and keep the air conditioner, as high as they're comfortable. And so if we get, look, our main goal, we'd like everyone to use a lot less electricity and not use it in the peak times. So I think we can do more education so people, especially, look, we're in this sort of catch-22, right? We have more climate change, heat and other, right? The freeze in Texas, all these things happen as we have more climate change, and it just keeps, spiraling. And so the more we can educate people on how to lower their energy use and help them with weatherization and other things to be more efficient, the better for all of us. And so I think that's an important piece that we talked about today, about doing some more public education work on those things, so people really understand how they can reduce their energy use, which will be the most important thing they can do to keep their bills low, regardless of which plan they're on.
If I understood Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion, and if there's a consensus or direction to your staff, and we in many ways are your staff because you're the active member of Desert Community Energy, what we can do is come back to you and Justin with various options that help keep rates low while we're experiencing this time period. And I can't guarantee you that our time period of challenge is only 6 months or 12 months, but it sure looks like it. We got some really good news about the exit fee in the last 24 hours, and that is solid. That's going to be the exit fee that all DCE customers paid by virtue of leaving Southern California Edison, and the PUC sets that. So we know what that is now, and things look really good over the course of, by the end of 12 months. We could do that, Mayor Pro Tem, and we could also address what I thought was a really important point by Councilwoman Gardner, and that is, hey, didn't you tell us there are going to be programs? And can you wait 3 years? And you're going to tell me no. Well, if you want to only wait a year, perhaps there's a way to use a city loan or a small city subsidy to accelerate that, knowing that you're going to get reimbursed potentially on the back end. So we'll put together some options that address both that issue, Councilwoman Garner, as well as Mayor Pro Tem's point about making sure that we don't go too high and we continue to offer, as Councilmember Woods pointed out, a rate, at least one rate that's lower than Southern California Edison. And the DCE board has been resolute on always offering at least a rate that is lower than Southern California Edison. So with that, if there's consensus, Mayor and Chair of CVAG, that's the most important thing, of course, Chair of CVAG, we'll take that direction and come back to you either at your next meeting or certainly within the next month and a half, and perhaps you could consider some options.
Thank you. Is there council consensus on that direction? I see 5 heads nodding yes.
Well, thank you for the time, and it's been actually a pleasure to stay up late on a conversation like this. This is good stuff.
It is. Thank you so much. Thank you for your work. We appreciate it. Would council like to take a break before we do the last item, or would you like to push through? I saw a yes for a break.
I'm okay. I mean, I might turn off my camera and just stretch while we begin.
Let's take a 5-minute recess if we can, just to take a break and a mental reset, and then we'll go into the next item. So we will go into recess for 5 minutes. Before we begin, our intention is to have a staff report and a very short discussion about here we are. So we'll go ahead and get started for council. I think, I know it's 11, it's very late. So our intention is to have a short staff report about reparations, a short discussion about next steps, and how to move that forward. And then if there's time, council will come back into closed session, and to finish the last item on our agenda for closed session. So with that, we are back from recess. And our next item on the agenda is item 5A, discussion of a reparations program related to Section 14 evictions and possible direction to staff. If we can have a staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to share my screen. And can everybody see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm going to try to be a little bit quick, and what this might turn out to be is just something that really gets the thought process going and gets some high-level direction from council on next steps on how to move forward. Before I jump into the substance of the presentation, just a couple of caveats. One is we received direction a couple of months ago to bring this item back. It's a pretty fast turnaround, so I am not an expert in reparations policy. I have done some preliminary research, have not had the opportunity to engage substantially with community members or do some of the other things that we would expect to do as we make progress with a program like this. So there is kind of a lot to consider, and I've done my best to give this some basic structure and a framework to help guide the conversation. I'll talk a little bit in what might appear to be absolutes, and this conversation is certainly, there's a lot of flexibility as we move forward. So I want to give some comparison and contrast to the kinds of things we're going to discuss that, again, might give us some basic conceptual level direction on how to approach reparations, but just understand that this really is an open and fluid conversation. I think what might be best is as I present, if there are questions as I go and talk about some of the basic ways we might understand or approach a policy like this, it might be good to ask those. Then at the end, there's a recap where I can get more general direction from council. So with that, first thing I set up in the staff report is one way to think about the different approaches to reparations, and there are many, is the settlement approach versus an atonement approach. So I just want to give this a little bit of clarification. A settlement approach really attempts to quantify damages. So the predominant conversation about reparations in the United States has been the result of our history with slavery. And what you see in a lot of the analyses that have been done and the advocates recommending specific programs is to basically try to quantify the damages associated with slavery, whether that is lost wages, whether that is a share of profits associated with that activity, and basically extrapolate using interest rates, discount rates, or other methods, what that might equate to in today's dollars. We've seen some people, even in public comments, go through that kind of an exercise. It does establish a firm nexus. So in other words, because you're really trying to calculate damages from a historical instance, in this case, Section 14 evictions, you know, what's nice about the settlement approach is it has a very direct tie. And another advantage is it tends to be open and closed. Now, that turns out to be a disadvantage as well. But if you calculate a settlement and you issue the settlement in the form of reparations, some would consider the matter closed. And so I see that as one of the advantages. Disadvantages, however, of the settlement approach might not be any more numerous, but perhaps more significant. I think primarily is that the methodology is vulnerable. So I mentioned the comparison to proposed reparations for slavery. There are infinite numbers of analyses that have been done to try to calculate what the appropriate value would be in today's dollars. And that's because there are so many small variables that if you change a little bit, make a pretty big difference in the outcome. So that the methodology is just subject to scrutiny and subject to dispute and debate. In the case of Section 14 specifically, I'm not sure that we have reliable records. I don't want to underestimate that there are families that might have the exact records we would need to substantiate exactly what happened. But I think if we really explore that further, we'd find that we lack at least all of the records one might need. For instance, the kind of personal property that might have been lost. Forget about the structures for a minute, but we've heard reports of belongings and things like that that were destroyed in some of the evictions. I think it would be difficult to quantify all that. And another disadvantage of the settlement approach, and perhaps the biggest one, is it could leave certain people out because you may not meet the certain eligibility requirements or the proof of eligibility, and that could be a challenge. The atonement approach, on the other hand, really is not as focused on quantifying damages like you would in a settlement dispute, but on the concept of making amends. So to some extent, it's a little more about how people feel at the end of the day than simply calculating what is owed. It doesn't require, therefore, some of those complicated calculations and agreeing to a methodology on calculating damages. And the program can be evaluated and adjusted over time. Again, if it's really meant to be more about making amends, then just like we might in an interpersonal relationship, you can't always put your finger on it, but you know it when you get there, right? And same concept with the atonement approach with reparations. One of the disadvantages of that approach is that it can be perceived as diminishing the nexus, because again, if somebody is fixed on, the certain value of lost property and applying an interest rate, they might have their heart set on, a specific number. And the parameters can seem less firm for the same reason. Rather than having a fixed number, maybe issuing a payment and being done with it, the atonement approach, because there's some give and take between the agency issuing the reparations, in this case the city, and the recipients, that open-ended nature can make it seem a little less concrete. Any questions just about that kind of broad distinction? Again, they're not really absolutes. You can certainly have a blending of those two things, but is this a good opportunity to pause and just see if there's clarification questions? Okay, seeing none. Next, just general thing you might think about when considering a program is really whether to make the tie directly and exclusively to Section 14 or to go beyond. So some advantages of limiting the program: it does reinforce that nexus to this historical circumstance. It keeps the scope of the program a little more narrow because of that. But some disadvantages include that substantiating the ties can be difficult. I mentioned that already. And frankly, it leaves out other disadvantaged groups. One of the things that I see in doing some preliminary research on the national conversation about reparations is a lot of other groups who have been disadvantaged, whether it be from racial discrimination or other historical circumstances, join the conversation and say, well, if this circumstance is worthy of reparations, then what about the one that I'm a part of? And so there are some reasons to consider being more exclusive, which a policy that goes beyond Section 14 evictions could do. Similarly, or in addition, it could be a little easier to administer and participate in a broader program, again, because you might not have that one concrete nexus. So for instance, you really could say that reparations is meant to be an equity program to deal with the myriad circumstances that have left certain populations in our community disadvantaged, and apply those programs in a more general way that not only captures more people, but again, gets you out of some of the difficult methodology of tying reparations so specifically to one historical circumstance and leaving out others. Disadvantages is it can again be perceived as diminishing the nexus. That's just one of the trade-offs. Sometimes when you broaden the perspective of a policy to apply to more groups, is that it might diminish the connection with, the impetus for this program and this discussion generally, which really was Section 14. And it could be harder to meet greater needs as well. Another broad area of distinction is payments versus programs. A lot of people who talk reparations are looking to come up with a dollar amount. And I think what they really intend to do is promote a payment. The advantage with making payments is, number one, it does align with the settlement approach. It gives greater discretion to recipients. So obviously they would have total flexibility on how to spend any money if it was made in the form of a payment. And another advantage is that the program has a concrete end. Again, as I mentioned with the settlement approach, if it's determined that each household is owed X dollars, a check is written for X dollars, the program can essentially conclude. Some disadvantages, I mentioned already, the standards and proof of eligibility. That can be difficult. Again, the standard is things like maybe someone lived in Section 14 but left before evictions began, or maybe they left voluntarily, versus someone that was forcibly evicted toward the end of that process. Would those all be treated differently? Would they be treated the same? And would the proof that a family could provide be able to distinguish between those circumstances? And another disadvantage I already mentioned, that the methodology is vulnerable to scrutiny. Reparations on the national conversation have been criticized and recalculated over and over again. And I think the same is true when you really try to get down to a single payment. For a case like Section 14, a lot of people would probably question the methodology, make other suggestions. It would be hard to reach consensus on what that number ought to be. Another thing you could do as an alternative or in combination is to offer programs. The advantage of funding and investing in programs, one, it's easier to establish a public benefit because while some of those programs might be focused on an individual or family scale, others might be focused more broadly, investment in parks and recreation or youth programs as an example. I should mention, I think I did in the staff report, that direct payments might raise a gift clause argument, and not saying whether or not a payment would violate the gift clause, or a gift of public funds. But the advantage of programs is they tend to be less vulnerable to those arguments. Also, if you're investing in programs, you can really focus those investments on the things that you determine are most important. I think especially investments that close the attainment gap. So when we look at equity generally and acknowledge that lower attainment levels of income, of housing, of health, of education lead to all kinds of other socioeconomic conditions that are not favorable, and we have an opportunity to invest in closing some of that attainment gap and really looking more at the outcome of creating equity than just the outcome of, say, making a payment, whether that payment has anything to do with closing that gap or not. Some disadvantages of investing in programs, you do have less discretion given to the recipients. So for instance, there might be a family who was evicted from Section 14 that doesn't want to take advantage of the particular program that's funded. They might at that point feel excluded or that reparations weren't made. And again, the program can be a bit more open-ended. Programs tend to continue over time. They could focus on use of one-term revenues and be one-time revenues and one-time expenses, but many programs are not one and done. Educational programs, for instance, most likely continue through time. I'm just gonna watch the screen if there are questions. Try to grab my attention, otherwise I'll keep going. So examples of a handful of programs. This is a pretty high level, just a quick list. Staff has thought a little more deeply about some of these things, but this is just to get the thought process going. We had a presentation earlier on a universal basic income program. So we could use some of the funding to engage partners and leverage funds for a pilot program. Someone else mentioned the Home Improvement Fund. We have a fund that exists utilizing community development block grant money. That money is a little bit cumbersome to administer. Some of the rules with reporting, especially. If we wanted to invest in a fund like that with discretionary resources, we're already pretty adept at executing the program, but using discretionary money would just make it easier for the recipients to get and provide the necessary paperwork to justify the investment. Affordable housing could take all kinds of forms. That could be down payment assistance, it could be broader equity partnership, it could be vouchers for rental assistance, it could be land trusts, any number of programs in the area of affordable housing. Investment in neighborhood parks and facilities is pretty self-explanatory. One way I think you could get money out the door quickly is, and kind of take some of the burden off of us for thinking about, every creative way to invest the funds, would be to offer a grant program and invite agencies that already have programs that could expand them or could create new ones, the opportunity to think creatively and submit their ideas to the city on how those funds would be used and issue those grant dollars pretty quickly. Job training, youth programs, scholarships, those are all self-explanatory and again, could take myriad forms. One thing council will have to deal with at some point is how much should be allocated. So just to give you a quick snapshot, and again, we could spend almost a whole session just on this one question and just understanding where we're at as a city in terms of our financial position. The good news is that city fund balances are higher than we expected they might be, but understand that that's because the city made some pretty deep operational cuts during the pandemic. Those cuts have since been restored. So in other words, that money is not here and coming in every year. That's money that is set aside in our fund balance, but we've now restored many of those expenses that were cut to create that greater fund balance. So that money's not long-term. We do have some ARPA funds. We've had, I think, one direct payment of those and are expected another. So we could look at that as kind of establishing parameters to make an investment in reparations. But the last thing I'll say, city has numerous other high priorities competing for limited resources. We just talked about climate change, and my only contribution to the conversation was that we've got a lot of work to do. And that's ongoing costs like staff, and that's ongoing programs and one-time expenses. If you really just think about sustainability and nothing else, bike lanes and nothing else, you could come up with millions upon millions of dollars. I believe we conducted a study on facility needs and upkeep that identified somewhere in the area, I'm told, of $120 million of deferred maintenance. So there are a lot of needs. So I want to emphasize that we do have some accumulated fund balances that could be used for this purpose, but don't want to underestimate that we have a lot of things, a lot of different priorities where we could spend that money, and they're all worthy. So quickly, I know it's always a question what other communities are doing. The first thing I want to emphasize here is that almost no communities have gotten robust programs off the ground. So number one, I think Palm Springs City Council, you should feel very proud that you are on the cutting edge of public policy just by having this conversation. And certainly if we funded a program and started getting money out the door, I think you might be in the very front of the pack in terms of other elected bodies passing this kind of public policy. So you can see from what's on the screen, it's not a long list. It wasn't exhaustive research, but it doesn't take long in looking to figure out that not a lot has been done. So there is an organization called MORE, which is, I'm going to forget the exact acronym, but it's basically Mayors for Reparations and Equity. 13 mayors have signed the pledge. The staff report goes into more detail on what communities those are. It includes some of these that are on the list. Evanston, Illinois is often cited in news media as the first city in the United States to make a real commitment to reparations. This is reparations for slavery. And what they did is they allocated $25,000 per household for down payment assistance, and they allocated $400,000 to the program, with the possibility of committing up to $10 million from the proceeds of some of that community's cannabis tax. Asheville, North Carolina committed $2.1 million in 2020, and as far as I can tell, have not spent any of that money. And actually there's some criticism out there that it's been more than a year and nothing yet has happened. Providence, Rhode Island issued a pretty extensive report. Phase 2 is going to be some community conversation, and phase 3 is expected to be some kind of reparations program, but it's still not yet defined or funded. Culver City, California, similarly has passed a resolution and committed to explore reparations. I may be missing a community or two or a handful here, but the bottom line is there really aren't any examples of robust programs out there. So again, this is not only very progressive, but the time frame within which we're ready to roll some programs out and even have these discussions 2 months after the formal apology for Section 14 by this city council is, I could not overstate just how lightning fast this is moving, and that really represents the commitment. So to the extent that things slow down here or there, or that we stumble to kind of bring other people into the conversation, etc., just know that almost no matter where this goes from here, you're faster than everyone else. A few other considerations that just come to mind as we analyze the beginnings of this conversation and program. You might consider that certain things could be deployed pretty rapidly, certain programs. So for instance, expansion of the Homes Fund that does some of the weatherization could include facade improvements. Because that's a program that exists, we could probably put some money into it and deploy those funds very quickly. As we start to talk about other programs like down payment assistance or an equity sharing partnership to sponsor affordable housing, where we essentially become somewhat of a bank, that's a program that would take some time to put together, no matter how eager we were to go in that direction. So maybe blending those so that some money starts to get out quickly and we can say that we've really fulfilled the commitment to issue reparations, but some others that are more thoughtful and perhaps meaningful but might take longer is one thing you might consider. Similarly, some programs are really going to function more at the family or individual scale, like down payment assistance. What's nice about that is you concentrate the benefit, but again, the disadvantage of it is you've really helped one household. Contrast that with programs that might have broader support, youth programs with open enrollment, investment in parks and recreational facilities, tend to have broader community benefit that also lasts through time. You might also consider emphasizing programs with maximum benefit to the recipient, but minimal administrative burden. I say that because it's going to be easy throughout this process to just come up with fun and exciting ideas of things we could do. I would request that whether those come from outside residents or stakeholders or from council, that we always pause to think about how much value does it have to the recipient and how easy or difficult is it to administer? Because I can assure you there's a lot of things that have very high benefit and are pretty easy to administer. And of course, there will be the opposite, right? Things that don't have as much value and are even more difficult to administer. And those things we should avoid if we can, because there's just so many different directions this could go where you could have more benefit and less burden. You may consider the balance of programs that use the one-time versus ongoing revenues. So again, I'm suggesting that our fund balance enables us to make an investment without kind of carving out ongoing resources. If we're looking at some ongoing programs, we'd have to be more thoughtful about identifying the ongoing revenue source. Of course, we should consider ways to engage other residents and stakeholders as this conversation moves forward. Just bear in mind that there's a constant tension between being expeditious and being participatory. And to be honest, for those communities that haven't done anything, it's every time, because there are so many voices in the room that everybody ends up putting their hands up and saying, well, I don't know what to do. There's no way to accommodate all of these voices. So it's not at all that we don't want to listen. In fact, I'm sure we do. Just bear in mind, again, that you might be able to balance rolling some programs out sooner as we collect more and more input from people on other programs that might come later. And then lastly, a lot of this conversation focuses on payments or programs or other kinds of compensation. Excuse me, but I think we ought to consider complementing that with community dialogue. I mean, ultimately, while we talk about the historical circumstances that led to things like Section 14 and segregation within the community or inequity within the community, I think we know that those conversations and the components of our community where we still struggle with racial discrimination, where we still struggle with implicit biases. The way to overcome those is only through leaning in and engaging and having the tough, difficult, tense, but brave conversations, engaging with one another, listening and learning. And I don't think you get any of that just because you have a reparations program. It takes a little more than that, I think. And so I would encourage council not to be limited to thinking about just a reparations program and where to spend money, but also how to have that broader conversation so that we can be a community that's not only addressed reparations in terms of equity, but a community that's really moving the needle on becoming a more inclusive, just, and equitable community. So as a recap, and just to facilitate a little of the conversation, the settlement versus kind of atonement approach, some questions about limiting Section 14 to families and descendants or moving beyond and creating maybe a broader equity program, payments versus programs. We do need at some point to resolve a dollar amount to allocate, at least initially, and then of course, any other considerations from council. I can answer any questions or turn it over to council to discuss.
Thank you so much for the detailed staff report and summary. I think that sets a really good basis for a conversation for our community, and just to assure the community we're not making any decisions without community input. This was a goal to lay out, an initial baseline so that we can all be on the same page and having these conversations, which we know will be ongoing as we design a program. So first, I'd like to ask Councilmember Garner from District 1, who represents a lot of the residents who were forcibly evicted from Section 14. I know that we've had some meetings with the community, and I'd like for her to summarize those, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, so the mayor and I met with members of the Desert Highlands Gateway Estates community regarding this topic and a few other things for another time. But one of the things that we really heard is that there was a desire for direct compensation and community benefits. There was also a discussion that we could look to make sure that we found as many people as possible who were impacted from Section 14. And there were a lot of ideas thrown out there on how to do that. There was discussion of asking about school records. I know that someone had recently found school records from the 60s when they talked to the school district. So there's some things that do exist that are not lost. There was also mention of talking to the elders in the community who lived there and still remember. We spoke with a member of the community who can take you over to the area right now and tell you exactly where her family lived, at that time. So I think there are creative ways of being able to track down impacted residents. And we also heard from today on the phone from I think it was 8 elders in the community, some of whom have since moved, but they lived here for almost their whole lives before they left Palm Springs. And they want to be a part of the conversation, right? Some of the things that we heard in terms of community benefit were a cultural site or museums of some sort, a grocery store, homes, specifically with sweat equity. There's a big desire for home ownership. There's a desire, and there's also a desire to have homes within the Desert Highlands Gateway Estate community, but also a desire for just down payment assistance and other assistance so that people can buy a home wherever they want in the city of Palm Springs, or even outside of Palm Springs if they so choose, but to give them that freedom of movement. There was also discussion of using funds from TOT, percentage of TOT on from the hotels and other sites that are currently on Section 14, TOT that comes directly from the Desert Highlands Gateway Estates community. But the point that I really heard was that there was a desire for a larger conversation with community members, and that they felt that it was important for us to try to get as many records as we could in this process without having to put too much of the burden on individuals to prove, their lineage, so to speak. Mayor, do you think that was what you remember hearing as well?
Yeah, thank you for that summary. I think you said most of the things, just any of the other issues that I had written down. We talked about business grants, so or having an ability, the community talked about the benefit of having a settlement approach, getting cash, compensation would be the freedom to use it how you wish, right? So whether that's paying for your children to go to college, whether it's, XYZ purposes. So we had a conversation. It was really clear. I think everyone in that room supported the compensation approach, as well as the investments in the community. And there was also a conversation about landscaping in the area, or, neighborhood beautification programs, home repair programs. I think Councilmember Garner, you said that, and ask for the self-help home program, which you stated, but even just a conversation of the city buying empty lots along with the city lots that we own, working with Habitat for Humanity to, build more housing, and then other needs for the community. And I think there was a consensus that some of those things we already do, or we should do more of, or we could use other funds for. So really, what is the most effective use of these funds? So that's, I think, all I would add. We talked about what an amount would look like, and trying to calculate, the damages from each family. And then we talked a little bit, I think, about how it gets complicated and trying to, give it to families. Is it direct descendants? Is it, what generation is it? That sort of thing. But very clearly heard that both of these options are needed. So if we can, I think, just talk about process very briefly in direction from council. So Justin, you laid out a lot of options and you laid a lot of questions for the community. And I know our plan in this meeting was really to present that to the community who's listening, and to present options to the public, and then hear our public input, and then get a sense sort of what we might want to do next in terms of including the community and people affected in these discussions. So I want to open it up to council to broadly discuss, but I just wanted to, be clear about what exactly you might need from us tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. At least next steps. So again, some of this could happen. Some of this would be easy to put in motion, to start to consider specific programs, especially. One thing that we would need direction on is if council wants to consider something like a payment compensation. I would expect we'd not only have to have quite a few community conversations, but we'd have to get into some pretty complicated analysis, and there would probably be competing viewpoints on how to do that. I do expect some of those things would just take much longer, and that's okay. I just want to be honest that to do something like that reasonably well, that wasn't really pretty vulnerable to scrutiny and criticism, would take some time and substantial effort.
And I think my question is, how can we make it less complicated, right? I mean, there's a big discussion about how to trace descendants, but actually most people that we know of can pretty easily prove that they were affected by the city's actions in Section 14, right? So I know that we get into the legal side of it and it gets very complicated, but also I think that there might be a way forward where we make it as simple as possible, and then we work with the community, and then it's more accessible and inclusive.
We could certainly try that, but I would respectfully submit it cannot be made simple. And it's just, that's as simple as I could say it. To even try to calculate damages for structures on essentially a ground lease without ownership of land. I think if you asked 5 or 10 economists, some of them would tell you that's going to do nothing but depreciate, that there is no equity there. And in terms of actual, it's probably more likened to a ground lease and a mobile home park than home ownership, to be perfectly frank, while other economists would have a very different point of view and look at it very differently. And there are layers and layers and layers of what makes it complicated. So again, for instance, is the criteria simply that you lived somewhere on Section 14 at some point? Is it that you were there during the early stages of eviction? Is it that your home was, say, destroyed? Is there a calculation for personal property? And then, as you mentioned with descendants, where does the money go if the original owner isn't there? Is it to, you know, an immediate heir? What do you do for blood relatives versus those that were married into the family? When you really look at some of the communities that have tried to do it, and there are a couple successful examples that we could look to after World War II with Japanese internment camps. The United States issued, if I recall correctly, $28,000 per family, and it was based on something. So we could look at those few examples, but the communities that have tried to do this and really calculate damages, I think that's one of the sole reasons that almost nobody anywhere in the United States has taken that approach and actually implemented that program. I can't find one other in the US other than the example with the federal government and the internment camps, in part because once you start peeling that onion, there's layers and layers and layers.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And your job is to do the very hard details, and our job is to be at the very high level and say, make this as easy as possible. And this should be easy. So I appreciate that. I think that some of those decisions could be made more easy by city council policy decisions. So we could say, give everyone who was impacted at any point, lived on that, you know, reservation, X amount of dollars. Right. And then if we set the amount, or made some of those decisions, then there would be more difficult conversations for some of those issues, but we could not have to get into like looking for, you know, 50 years of records from the school district or something like that. Right.
Yes. And I wouldn't want to advise you on issues relating to the gift of public funds and other things, but, you know, the quicker and looser, the more vulnerable we are generally to that kind of criticism and that argument. I mean, establishing a nexus is generally pretty important when you're investing public dollars. And the other thing that sometimes happens, again, and one of the reasons I say you might want to think about moving beyond just Section 14 is there may be other circumstances. You know, slavery is one that comes to mind. The circumstance with the indigenous populations that preceded, you know, the eviction of Section 14 itself comes to mind as other people who might say that, you know, they were involved in historical circumstances just as impactful. And it might be hard to say yes to some and no to others. So absolutely, you can make it as simple as you would like in terms of directing public policy. I still predict by the time we start having those conversations more broadly with the community, I think we will find it just won't be easy to do.
Thank you. Councilmember Garner.
So I do think, yes, the direct compensation we know is going to be a larger, tougher conversation, and I think that's fine. But I think in terms of next steps, may I suggest one thing that we did hear and we have heard over and over again is that there is a desire for housing. I mean, I would love to hear about what we can do in terms of using a percentage of our TOT funds towards this, what it would look like to create a down payment or other type of financial assistance program. And then third, what it would look like to build homes in Desert Highlands, whether that's through like Habitat for Humanity or buying up more lots and using Coachella Valley Housing Authority. So those are kind of the three things that I would like to see as an initial starting point, because I think those are things that have come up over and over again. And I think that we're probably going to have to focus on one thing at a time. And so that's just kind of my initial thoughts about that.
Thank you. Councilmember Coors.
Great, thank you. And I do think on sort of a more initial thing, I agree with Councilmember Garner. And I know we can't deliberate this with all 5 of us at the moment. But city attorney said I could raise it because one of us is recused. But we bought land for College of the Desert in Desert Highlands, and on the condition that they built the college, which was to get education and job and economic development there. And the college wants to sell it for $6-8 million of profit when they got it for free from us. And I think there's an opportunity there. And I know from reading about the community meeting with the developer that people won't be able to afford the mortgages or down payments on those homes who live in the neighborhood. And so that may be something I just want the city manager to mix in the equation of a real opportunity for homes to be built there where we could use some funds and maybe more of the funds if we get the property that we should still own back to really benefit the residents to be able to buy those homes. And we might be able to give preference for people who lived in Section 14 at some time for the first opportunities. But for a lot of other folks who lived here during that time period, who didn't live on Section 14, we know that due to racist deed restrictions and banks redlining and not giving loans, they had no opportunity to have home ownership and create generational wealth. And so having that open to more people, but maybe we can do a preference, just something to think about, to throw out. But to follow up on Councilmember Garner's point, that is in Desert Highlands where so many people did end up moving, although people moved to other areas of the city and out of the city. And to be able to help with down payment, sort of what Evanston's doing, although I think that covers 16 families, with what they've offered, is something we have heard, and I've heard from folks that they really want the opportunity to be able to get assistance to own a home. And I think that's something we can look at in a shorter term time frame, especially as that project, they keep on wanting to move it forward and get us to agree to it. We have some opportunity to really utilize that property to do something for residents to help them have home ownership. So I'd like us to really look into that, and whether it's that specific property, but that's a lot of property in the neighborhood where we might be able to help subsidize home ownership. That I think would be really a great benefit for folks. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And we can't get to a conclusion this evening. It's far too late and we've got far too little time. But a couple of points I'd like to make. When we met in late September on this, we were unanimous that we wanted to do something. And I think we do. And I don't underestimate the difficulty of doing the right thing in this instance. I think the city manager is absolutely correct that it's going to be difficult. But this began with people losing homes. And I think where it needs to come back to is people gaining homes. And I want to see, to the fullest extent possible, that we emphasize how do we increase for those who have managed to purchase homes, how can we help them to improve those homes? For those who've not been able to purchase homes, how do we help them to purchase homes? And how do we make more homes available by building, working with partners to build homes? The other programmatic area that I would like to see us look at, but again, I take very seriously the need to listen. There is another generation of at-risk youth in our community. And the programs that are going to have the most profound impact potentially are those that address the profound needs of at-risk youth and give them a better chance of making the right kinds of decisions. And when they make a bad decision, and for anyone who has been a teenager or who has had a teenager, making bad decisions is part of what it means to be a teenager. So let's, whether you're a rich kid, a middle-class kid, or a poor kid, that's just what happens. How do we, but unfortunately, for so many young people who are at risk, that silly, dumb mistake that they made rests with them with the rest of their lives, instead of for a few weeks of being grounded or something else that happens in other communities. So, home ownership and addressing our youth in our community that are at risk are the places where I'd like to begin.
Thank you. Other comments or direction about next steps? Councilmember Garner.
Just to wrap up, thank you everyone for everything that you've contributed. And I think it's just really important that we're doing this work and that we're having these conversations. And I know that I'll be meeting pretty regularly with my community on this and making sure to bring things back. And I encourage everyone on council to reach out and do that as well, because I think that there's definitely a desire to hear from all of us, even though I'm happy to be the person that does the most liaison work there.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I'd like to formally include, I think we heard some requests in public comment, like to formally include, to have a seat at the table for decision-making process for the reparations group or Section 14 survivors group that was formed, and the Black History Committee and Desert Highlands and others. So city manager, we're probably not going to come up with a better process than you right now, but just, what direction do you need to really continue down this path of exploring? It sounds like both options that you laid out.
So certainly if council would like to direct a certain type of outreach to continue to generate ideas, that is one next step. At some point, we do need to resolve something about the financial commitment and to kind of get a little more specific with, is this going to be a combination of payments and programs? And if so, you mentioned, Mayor, some possible ways that this could be expedited or simplified, but we'd need to have those conversations, I think, in earnest with the full council to see where council wants to go with those things. So outreach could be done before bringing this back to council, but at some point I see another council discussion as well to kind of solidify those other key questions about, what additional analysis we should do. If, for instance, if there is a desire to pursue payments, some guidance on how we might think about that, so that we could then go and do some research and come back and bring you some concrete ideas for those kinds of, those components of the program. So we'll need at least another council meeting after doing some outreach regardless to resolve those questions that right now we've kind of introduced, and we've had a little bit of dialogue but haven't really reconciled whether that's the direction we're going or whether we want continued conversation.
Personally, I support doing a hybrid or both compensations, direct compensation, and investments in surrounding communities that we know have been impacted. Knowing that there's a number of communities, not just one, but trying to find those residents. So I very much support compensation because I think the loss of generational wealth is, I think last time I did a rough calculation, over $100 million or more, because people couldn't move from Section 14 and then go buy a house because of redlining and discrimination. So I very much support staff's recommendation to open it up for reparations, not just for Section 14, but additional racism and discrimination that those residents face then leaving Section 14. And then I support, like Councilmember Garner laid out, doing investments on home ownership, home repair programs, and then others that we hear from the community. Because I think I've continued to hear consensus from the council too, around investing in home ownership opportunities and similar programs. And I very much support Councilmember Corr's idea to pursue, because really we relied on College of the Desert to do some of the economic development work here, providing educational opportunities and investments. And that's a promise that College of the Desert made to our community. And so thinking through how we could use that for housing as well, I think is a fantastic idea. Does council, is there consensus around those broad strokes, or Councilmember Woods?
I don't have consensus around that. I appreciate that, but I just don't have consensus around that. I do have consensus around Councilmember Garner's issue of programs and whether it be beautification or home ownership or building. I also have consensus around Councilmember Corr's College of the Desert and some of the programs that we can go with that. I also have consensus around looking at what other communities besides just Desert Highlands might have been affected and looking at that. But I think direct payments is, I think it's wrought with problems at this point. And I think I would like to see something broader based, but still within the scope of how much money do we appropriate and allowing that to come through, because this is not necessarily ongoing programs. It could be the start of ongoing programs, but we could also partner with people. So I don't know if direct payments are something I can support at this point.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Probably closer to Councilmember Woods at this point, but I don't think that's a decision that we should be making this evening.
Agree. I think I was just trying to give staff direction. As Justin said, we need sort of the broad strokes of what to investigate next. Councilmember Corrs.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think on the direct payments, trying to see if there's anything else out there, just to, how that would work. Or I think when we talked about this in September, there was a lot of acknowledgement that, tribal members had the right to, have their land. It was their land, and some people, and we know didn't had their homes destroyed by the city, and we were really looking at what the city's actions were. So that's where I need a little more discussion and thought on, is this anyone who ever lived on Section 14? People who left and took their possessions with them? I think it is complicated to try and figure that out. Are they people who still live in Palm Springs only that we want to help if there are direct payments? I just don't have enough information yet to say yes or no. I think, which is why I threw out, we could prioritize anyone who is subject to deed restrictions, which is not necessarily our fault or redlining, right? But we want to help those folks for the discrimination people were suffering during that period, the 50s and 60s, who couldn't buy homes. So being broader in that way, I totally support, right? For our residents, right? We want to lift people up who didn't have that opportunity because of discrimination. And so figuring out how to do that other piece, I'm still don't feel I have enough information on at this point to say yes or no necessarily. But I do feel comfortable with looking at home ownership, looking at the College Desert property in particular, just because it's in the Desert Highlands. And from their meeting, it was really clear that a lot of people can't afford the down payment or some of those mortgage payments unless we can subsidize that housing and get it to be affordable. And so I see that as an immediate next step we might be able to take while looking more into some of the other issues.
Councilmember Woods.
Yeah, when I say direct payments, I want to quantify that. I could definitely see something. I think like Councilmember Garner had mentioned, buying up some of the lots, building duplexes or whatever, triplexes, and allowing some sort of home ownership and giving some priority, which I think was mentioned by our city manager, to somebody who lost their home during Section 14. So there can be some background work, and that could be a form of a down payment assistance versus just, to actually help them move into a level of establishment and at the same time establishing community. I think is ultimately what we want to try and do. Is a community was destroyed and to reestablish the community.
Thank you. And I agree, we can't make these decisions now. This is a preliminary conversation. And I think a next step should be having a community meeting, or a more in-depth conversation with folks affected. So I don't know what that form that takes, if we send it to the Human Rights Commission or the Social Justice and Equity Commission, or if council member, liaisons lead that work. But I do think having a formal process would be helpful there, which is what residents asked of us.
Well, I definitely support that we need to do that community outreach and get as much input as possible. And, so I'm not sure at almost midnight, my brain is working on how to best do that. So maybe the city manager, could work with some council members on what the best way to move forward with that kind of community outreach and process is. Because I think that's important to have.
Council, I think it's easy enough for staff to come up with some ways to engage stakeholders in the community to get some input. I think probably what we'll need to do is go and do some of that work and come back and highlight some of the questions that haven't yet been answered. Some of them we've grappled with, some of them we haven't even really tackled quite yet. But we can inform, council with some of the analysis we've done already and some of the additional community input we would gather. And again, we could do some preliminary research. I'm hearing that there's at least some interest in understanding what a payment program might look like. So I wouldn't want to take that too far until there's maybe a broader consent or clear majority on council, but we could at least start to look at those things at the same time we're engaging the community. One thing I would recommend just to consider is if we want to make some progress, and again, I can't emphasize enough that we would be among the first to actually break through the barrier of analysis paralysis and do something. I think the way we get there, and maybe this is my bias coming through, is start with the areas where we do have agreement. And again, if there's pretty concrete support for things like expanding the home program, those are things we can get started on right now as we grapple with the other issues. And then frankly, we put ourselves in a position where if there are certain things we never agree on, at least we're making some progress. And I just can't emphasize enough how significant that would be to even get that far. Almost nobody else has even gotten that far. So let's set our sights on, making that kind of progress, and then the sky's the limit from there, but at least we'll know that we got off the ground. And we could get started on those things too, and bring that back with a little more substance for council, where we could make some specific allocations, identify some timelines, and some things that I think are going to have high value that we could roll out within the next, 6 months even.
That sounds like a good plan. Thank you.
Will do.
Other discussion? Seeing none, thank you to the city staff. I know it's hard to create programs that don't exist anywhere else in the country. So we appreciate your help and also our community in calling in and being involved and asking for this and their leadership. So thank you. Next, we have the next item is City Council and City Manager requests for upcoming agenda development. City Manager, do you have anything at this time?
Council, at this late hour, I don't think we need to really scrutinize the next upcoming meeting, but just suffice it to say right now we're already overbooked for our only last meeting of the year. And I think we may have a fairly significant appeal to be heard at that December 9th meeting. So we're going to have to adjust that schedule a little bit and prioritize. But, I can continue to work with council members one-on-one. As well as the mayor and mayor pro tem on establishing that agenda. And unless you want to dig into it, we can wrap it up with that.
Thank you. And just noting that we only have one meeting scheduled for December. And I think we could probably, we are missing one because of the holidays. But if you do need another meeting, please let us know at the next council meeting.
It's always the case right now that we don't have enough meetings to get all of the work done. So that's probably a balance of adjusting the work and perhaps considering the schedule. I don't know how easy it would be to add a meeting at this point, given schedules and anticipated holidays and vacations and things. So I don't think we need to add one just to kind of get to the things that are on this very next agenda. It's more of a long-term balancing of the workload and the time we have for these meetings.
Thank you. We can discuss it strategic planning too. Councilmember Kors.
Just to add, as you look at maybe even calendar next year, because we moved our meetings right to second and fourth week from first and third. So we run into Thanksgiving and Christmas, and maybe looking at how we do the two, make sure we're getting 2 meetings in those months up front so we can all plan around that. If we move to the first and third in December in the future, like we did for November, that might solve some of that in future years. So just to learn from this, because this is new for us as well as you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments or requests before we adjourn? So then we will, and city clerk, help me out here. It's too late to go into closed session. And so I've asked that we bring that last item for closed session to our Saturday meeting. Because yes, we are meeting Saturday. Thank goodness for Councilmember Garner, or else we would be meeting tomorrow at 9. So appreciate that. But yeah, City Manager, can you advise us how we should adjourn to the next meeting?
I think you're essentially adjourning this meeting until roughly 9:30 a.m. this Saturday, and then we can resume at that point the remaining closed session items that we have.
Thank you. We will do so. So at 11:56, we will adjourn to our next council meeting this Saturday, November 20th at 9:30 a.m. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.